Chapter 2635. A Stroll Through the Backyard. Chapter 2635. A Stroll Through the Backyard. Upon seeing Zero Wings members dash straight toward the nearest group of trial monsters, Violet Sword's and Azure's members gaped in shock. They were going up against several thousand monsters here. Moreover, even the weakest of these monsters was a level 120 Great Lord. Yet Shurfeng didn't even bother to discuss positioning and individual assignments before having Zero Wings members charge straight into battle. This was the first time Violet Sword's and Azure's members had seen such leadership. To make matters worse, every one of Zero Wings members actually obeyed Shurfeng's command. This is just too reckless. Wildfighter could not help feeling anxious when he saw Shurfeng proceeding with utter disregard for their opinions. There are several thousand monsters. Even if they have fully unlocked mana bodies and can take some hits, if they can't dodge attacks, they'll still end up dead. He admitted that Zero Wings members were very high-leveled. In addition, every one of them also had a fully unlocked mana body. Zero Wings members definitely had a greater advantage when going up against the trial monsters than Violet Sword's peak experts did. However, the system was clearly trying to test players' combat standards in this tunnel. Levels and fully unlocked mana bodies were only secondary. Currently, they were already tight for time because the trial duration was only 5 days instead of the expected 7 days. If they died here and lost a day's worth of progress, they definitely wouldn't be able to complete the trial. We have no choice but to go along with them. Crimson Star sighed when she saw Zero Wings members getting close to the nearest group of trial monsters. I'll activate my magic array in a moment. Everyone else, focus fire on the trial elites. So long as we reduce the number of penetrating attacks we have to deal with, we can stop the remaining trial monsters much more easily. Sinful Flame and the other members of Azure nodded in agreement with Crimson Star's plan before charging toward the nearest trial elite. They intended to get rid of a few trial elites as soon as the battle between both sides started, so that they could lessen the pressure on Zero Wings members and minimize casualties. The instant Zero Wings members entered the trial monsters' perception range, the trial warriors and trial elites promptly sprang into action like veterans of the battlefield. In no time at all, 400 trial warriors spread out into a square formation around the main army. They then stabbed the iron shields they carried into the ground, creating an iron wall that protected the several thousand other trial monsters within their formation. As for the trial monsters inside the square formation, they unslung their bows, split up into several divisions, and fired arrows at Zero Wings members in intervals. This scene stunned Violet Sword's and Azure's members momentarily. They had seen monsters attacking as an orderly group before, but this was definitely their first time seeing monsters attacking in such a well-trained fashion. In fact, the coordination of these trial monsters rivaled that of NPCs. Volleys of arrows rained down on Zero Wings members, each volley consisting of more than 1,000 arrows. Moreover, the intervals between the volleys were incredibly short. The arrows in each volley were also well-spaced, leaving no room for Zero Wings members to exploit. It's over. Even peak experts will have difficulty dodging and blocking all those arrows. With the combat standards of Zero Wings members, several volleys would be enough to annihilate them. Wildfighter's complexion darkened significantly when he saw the spate of arrows bombarding Zero Wings members. Against such a coordinated and accurate assault, let alone Zero Wings members, even a group of peak experts wouldn't survive for very long. Although the attack pattern was very monotonous, the arrows flew incredibly fast. In addition, they came in torrents. There was a limit to the number of actions and reactions a person could make within a certain period. Over this limit, even domain realm experts would be rendered powerless and could only watch as they got killed. Although these arrows didn't carry a lot of power, they still weren't attacks players like themselves could afford to receive casually. At this moment, every one of Zero Wings members would have to go up against at least 10 arrows simultaneously, with some unlucky ones having to go up against as many as 20. After factoring in the speed of the arrows, these numbers had already exceeded the limits of even Tier 3 peak experts. Only domain realm experts would be able to accurately determine the trajectories of these arrows and react to them in time. Just when the first volley of arrows was about to land on Zero Wings members, a voice appeared in the team chat. Vice Commander Crimson, activate your defensive magic array. Shi Feng ordered unhurriedly as he looked at the descending arrows. Got it. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Crimson Star snapped out of her daze and waved her staff, completing the activation of the magic array she had prepared beforehand. A silver barrier bloomed from the center of Zero Wings formation, instantly expanding to cover a 200-yard radius and enveloping all of Zero Wings members within it. Tier 3 curse, Aerial Defense. Aerial defense was a curse that had a certain probability of invalidating the flying tools within its range. It was similarly effective against arrows. In the next moment, more than 20% of the first arrow volley clattered to the ground. Now, only about 900 arrows continued flying toward Zero Wings members. Even so, Violet Swords and Azure's members still wore grim expressions on their faces. Although the number of arrows had been reduced to around 900, the number of attacks each of Zero Wings members had to face still exceeded the limit of peak experts, let alone refinement realm experts. As Violet Swords and Azure's members were shaking their heads and sighing, Zero Wings members started maneuvering around the arrows, dodging them effortlessly as if they had long since known the trajectories of these arrows. From afar, it seemed as if Zero Wings members were dancing in a rain of arrows. When the first volley of arrows ended, not a single Zero Wing member had suffered a direct hit, while some Zero Wing members had lost roughly a quarter of their HP. That was merely a result of them defending against the Trial Elite's penetrating arrows. The HP they lost was also instantly replenished by the healers on the team. How is that possible? Floating Light's eyes bulged when he saw this scene. Against that volley of arrows, even he wouldn't have such an easy time blocking and defending. However, Zero Wings members had dealt with the volley of arrows as if they were just strolling through their backyard. At this moment, let alone Floating Light, even Solitary Frost, and Yan Xiaoqian, who had trained with Zero Wings members for the past few days, were astonished by this scene. Despite the majority of Zero Wings members being only at the refinement realm, they had easily dealt with an attack that even peak experts would find troublesome. This was simply unbelievable. They can actually block and dodge that kind of attack so easily. Just what kind of training do they normally undergo? Yan Xiaoqian's heart roiled with confusion as she looked at Zero Wings refinement realm experts. What Yan Xiaoqian and the others did not know was that Zero Wings core members had long since familiarized themselves with attacks like the Trial Monster's arrow attacks. After all, they faced much worse when they were training at the Extraordinary Tower's first floor. In fact, in the opinions of Zero Wings members, blocking and dodging the Trial Monster's arrow attacks would still be a cakewalk even without Crimson Star support. After enduring several volleys of arrows, Shi Feng noticed that all of the agitated Trial Monsters had shifted their attention to Zero Wings members. He then ordered through the team chat, "We've stabilized the aggro. Everyone, start attacking." Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Violet Swords and Azure's members snapped out of their daze and started launching attacks at the Trial Monsters, together with Zero Wings members. Because Zero Wings members were holding aggro, everyone else could attack freely without having to worry about getting attacked themselves. As a result, the Trial Monsters fell rapidly, one after another. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, everyone discovered that these Trial Monsters granted a surprisingly large amount of EXP, basically 3 times higher than normal. At this discovery, Violet Swords and Azure's members grew ecstatic. The only disappointing thing about these trial monsters was that they did not drop any loot. After the team grinded the trial monsters for more than half a day, something strange occurred. One of the trial elites killed suddenly burst into flames and transformed into a dilapidated crystal steel that hovered quietly in the air. The steel radiated frightening mana fluctuations that sent many of the Tier 3 experts present stumbling back. An ancient legacy steel. When Shifeng saw this worn steel, his eyes widened in shock, and he could not help wondering whether he was hallucinating. Chapter 2636, Beginning of Chaos. Chapter 2636, Beginning of Chaos. Shifeng aside, the sudden appearance of the crystal steel surprised everyone else present and piqued their curiosity. They never thought that the trial monsters, which had not dropped a single item until now, would actually drop a steel. What an amazing steel! It's causing the ambient mana density to skyrocket just by hovering there. Even the surrounding space has become heavier. Crimson Star exclaimed when she registered the changes the crystal steel brought to its environs. If a Tier 2 player were here, they wouldn't even be able to approach it. In regard to this situation, though, Violet Sword's members could not help a little disappointment. Even a fool could tell that the crystal steel was extraordinary. However, according to the agreement between Zero Wing and Violet Sword, aside from the trial boss's loot, every other discovery made and loot found in the trial would belong to Zero Wing. Hence, they could only look at the steel. What is this steel? Not only can it not be appraised, but you can't even touch it. It's as if this steel doesn't exist in this space, Aqua Rose said with a gloomy expression on her face as she stood before the steel. Could it be a holographic projection? This crystal steel was incredibly precious. Even if they couldn't appraise it and discover its uses, they could still set it up inside a room to increase the room's mana density. This room could then be used as a training facility for players. However, if this treasure was merely a hologram, then it can't even serve as a decoration. This isn't a hologram. It's just that we can't touch it, Shifeng said, smiling. Guild leader, you're still in the mood for jokes? If we can't touch it, then we can only look at this steel and nothing more, Aqua Rose said anxiously when she saw Shifeng's nonchalant attitude toward this situation. In God's domain, the prerequisite for players to store an item in their bag space was for them to come into physical contact with the target item. If they couldn't touch the steel, how were they supposed to take it away? Looking at it is indeed our only option, Shifeng said, nodding while smiling. This steel isn't an item that can be taken away. The only thing we can take away is the information recorded on it. The existence of ancient legacy steels was still foreign to the current players of God's domain, because these steels appeared only in ancient ruins or secret lands. In the past, the discovery of an ancient legacy steel would always trigger a storm of bloodshed. This was because ancient legacy steels recorded the lost technology of ancient civilization. Any guild that managed to get their hands on this technology could undergo a qualitative transformation. In Shifeng's previous life, a total of 5 ancient legacy steels had appeared in God's domain. During the 10 years God's domain had been in operation, only 5 ancient legacy steels had appeared. One could easily imagine the value of those steels. This was also the reason why Shifeng was so excited to see the ancient legacy steel appear in the hero trial. Take away the information recorded? Aqua Rose was confused by Shifeng's words. No matter how she looked at the steel, she simply couldn't imagine how he was going to take away the information on it. Currently, they couldn't touch the steel at all. And even after using the master-ranked appraisal, she still couldn't extract any information from the steel. Just how were they supposed to take the recorded information? You can't extract the information recorded on the steel using normal methods. Not only is the information recorded massive, but it is also extremely complex. If you wish to extract the recorded information, you have to record the magic arrays carved on the steel. Sure, Feng explained. Record the magic arrays on it. Aqua Rose gaped in shock as she looked at the worn steel. There were roughly 40 magic arrays engraved on the crystal steel, and even the simplest one was an advanced magic array. Recording them all was simply a joke. They could spend only 5 days inside the trial space. Meanwhile, it took around half a day to learn one advanced magic array. What more magic arrays above the advanced rank? Relax. This task might be difficult for others, but it isn't particularly difficult for me. All I need is some time, Shifeng said confidently. During this period, you'll lead the team and continue taking care of the trial monsters. Learning the magic arrays recorded on the ancient legacy steel would indeed be arduous for an advanced magician. However, he had long been an intermediate master magician. 2 or 3 days would be more than enough for him to learn and record these magic arrays. I understand. Aqua Rose nodded before taking charge of the team to continue clearing out the trial monsters in their way. As for Shifeng, he sat quietly before the ancient legacy steel, confusing Violet Sword's members. However, they did not put too much thought into the matter. After all, the steel belonged to Zero Wing. How Zero Wing dealt with it was up to the guild's discretion. Meanwhile, Shifeng started analyzing the layers of magic arrays engraved on the steel. Learning a magic array was considerably easier than decoding one. The troublesome part was having to memorize a lot of things. However, Shifeng's brain capacity now surpassed that of ordinary people. Learning and recording the magic arrays was a piece of cake for him. In less than an hour, Shifeng had already memorized one advanced magic array and started on the second one. In the meantime, Aqua Rose and the others kept clearing out trial monsters and advancing down the tunnel. However, the deeper into the tunnel they went, the more densely packed the trial monsters became. Eventually, the number of monsters the team faced each time had grown so high that even Zero Wing's members started feeling taxed. As a result, the team's speed of advance slowed. Fortunately, fighting inside this trial ground was akin to taking part in an intense training session. Everyone's combat standard increased as they fought the trial monsters. Moreover, the EXP everyone obtained was incredibly generous. In just 2 short days, everyone had gained a little more than a level. Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing had already reached level 119, whereas Violet Swords and Azure's members were now at level 114. Crimson Star and Wildfighter were just 30% away from level 115. The leveling speed here astonished Crimson Star and the others. As everyone's motivation was increasing, a series of system announcements suddenly entered their ears. God's Domain System Announcement. Some players have triggered the new expansion pack, Demon Gods Chaos. God's Domain System Announcement. The new expansion pack, Demon Gods Chaos, will activate in 1 natural day. At that time, all non-NPC towns and cities will no longer receive the protection of NPC kingdoms and empires. Everyone inside the trial space gasped when they heard the system announcement. On the surface, this new expansion pack might not seem like it would affect players in any way, but everyone present understood that it would usher in a new era in God's domain. Currently, aside from level 100+ maps, all guild towns and cities established in maps below level 100 came under the aegis of NPC kingdoms and empires. If these guild towns and cities suddenly lost this protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, most guild towns and guild cities relied on the NPCs they employed from the various NPC kingdoms and empires to maintain security. Without this layer of security, players could take action inside guild towns and cities much more freely. The chaos that would befall the various guild towns and cities at that time would go without saying. Aside from maintaining security, defending against siege attacks would also become much more difficult. In other words, the activation of the demon god's chaos expansion pack would thoroughly change the structure of God's domain. Without the threat of NPCs, many powers would most likely make a move against their rivals. Outside the ancient secret land, chaos had already ensued. Good. Wonderful. Let's see how those local powers are going to continue protecting their resource spots without those troublesome NPC guards. I don't know who activated this expansion pack, but those people have really given us dark powers a shot in the arm. Now that those NPCs are gone, no one can stop us now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the powers that were secretly developing themselves in the various kingdoms and empires started growing excited and restless. As for the superpowers, they promptly held meetings to draft countermeasures for the expansion pack's activation. Meanwhile, as the entire God's domain was in chaos, Shifeng slowly stood up from in front of the ancient legacy stele inside the ancient secret land. Finally, success. Shifeng smiled when he saw the stele before him gradually fading out of existence. He then started drawing the magic arrays he memorized, which released a frightening aura that shook even the surrounding space. Chapter 2637, Astonishing Memory Crystal. Chapter 2637, Astonishing Memory Crystal. The commotion caused by the ancient legacy stele was huge. Even Crimson Star and the others, who were resting over 3,000 yards away, sensed the unusual mana fluctuation from the stele. Did something happen over there? This mana fluctuation rivals what Tier 5 NPCs cause when using Tier 5 spells, Crimson Star exclaimed as she turned toward the mana fluctuation's origin, horror coloring her eyes. Isn't that guild leader Black Flame's current location? Did something happen to him? Wild Fighter similarly revealed a serious expression on his face when he felt the intense mana fluctuation. Tier 5 NPCs were existences that stood at the apex of God's domain. The Tier 5 spells used by these NPCs could wreak great devastation. Before such spells, Tier 3 players like themselves wouldn't even be able to put up the slightest bit of resistance. Everyone present would be instantly killed. Meanwhile, all sorts of dangers filled this trial space. The trial monsters weren't the only threat here. There were also plenty of traps and dangerous events that occurred at random. An ambush by a Tier 5 spell was well within the range of possibilities. If something really happened to Shifeng, then it would deal a huge blow to the entire team. After all, their team revolved around Shifeng. Even though the experts on the team understood that Aqua Rose was the person leading them all this time, if he disappeared, many of those experts would most likely question her leadership. In this situation, Aqua Rose had to contact Shifeng immediately. Guild leader, is everything all right on your side? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Currently, nobody was more anxious than she was about this sudden mana fluctuation. She knew that Shifeng was under the demon god's curse, which tripled his death penalty. Meanwhile, players inside the trial space could only wait to get automatically resurrected. Hence, if an ordinary player needed 1 day to get automatically resurrected, then Shifeng would need 3 days. If he died right now, then their odds of clearing the hero trial would become even slimmer. Relax, everything's fine. I just unlocked the information recorded on the stele, Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the anxious look on Aqua Rose's face. Unlocking the information actually caused such a huge commotion. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shifeng's words. This was definitely the strongest mana fluctuation she had experienced in God's domain. If this mana fluctuation were due to a spell, she wouldn't be surprised if it destroyed an entire NPC city. However, Shifeng was telling her that this frightening mana fluctuation was merely a consequence of unlocking the recorded information on the stele. This was simply unbelievable. This is information left behind by an ancient god. It is naturally extraordinary. However, I still need some time to complete the unlocking process. For now, continue clearing the trial monsters on your side. I'll meet up with you once I'm done, Shifeng explained and chuckled. In reality, the mana fluctuation had surprised even Shifeng. From what he knew about ancient legacy steels, the strength of the mana fluctuation when the recorded information was unlocked was an indicator of the recorded information's value. Generally, though, the mana fluctuations that occurred extended only 1,000 or 2,000 yards. Now, however, the mana fluctuation from this ancient legacy steel reached Aqua Rose's location, roughly 3,000 yards away. It rivaled the ancient legacy steel found in the ancient god's tomb, a level 150+ ancient secret land. However, the ancient god's tomb's minimum entry requirement was Tier 4. All right, I'll notify the others, Aqua Rose answered. After giving the matter some thought, she found Shifeng's words reasonable. Since the information recorded on the steel was something left behind by an ancient god, it naturally wouldn't be something ordinary. She then turned to the rest of the team and said, "Everyone, please rest assured. Nothing has happened to the guild leader." The guild leader said that this mana fluctuation is merely a consequence of him unlocking the information recorded on the steel. He says that he is not in any danger and that we should continue clearing out the remaining trial monsters. He will rejoin us shortly. Aqua Rose's words kindled a sense of admiration toward Shifeng in everyone in the team. They hadn't thought that Shifeng would actually be able to obtain something from the steel. After a brief discussion, they promptly resumed clearing out the trial monsters in their path. In the meantime, Shifeng was staring intently at the gradually forming crystal hovering before him. When extracting information from ancient legacy steels, once players successfully learned the magic arrays recorded on a steel and drew them, the drawn magic arrays would gather mana from the surroundings to create a memory crystal. This was one of the more common methods ancient gods used to pass down their legacies. After all, compared to books, memory crystals were much better at withstanding the ravages of time. So long as the memory crystal was intact, there wouldn't be any need to worry about parts of the information getting lost. 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours. After the magic arrays gathered mana for 15 consecutive hours, a memory crystal the size of 4 adult fists took shape before Shifeng. This memory crystal was at least triple the size of ordinary memory crystals. Amazing! Just what is recorded in it? Shifeng gazed at the memory crystal before him in astonishment. The memory crystals that Eliade had given him already contained a ton of information. If not for his brain capacity being sufficiently high, he would have lost consciousness when accepting all that information. The memory crystal before him, however, was 3 times larger than the ones the heavenly blue saint had given him. The amount of information contained within this unusually large memory crystal was definitely several dozen times more. Shifeng could not even begin to imagine what kind of information awaited him. After observing the memory crystal for a brief moment, Shifeng then tapped his finger on it to access its recorded information. He was really eager to find out what it contained. However, as soon as he did so, he was stunned. System: this memory crystal is extremely unstable and can remain in existence for only 2 natural days before disappearing. System: warning! You have discovered a large memory crystal. Because of insufficient concentration, you are unable to read the information completely. If you persist in reading the information, there is a very large chance you will enter a deep coma. Do you still wish to read the information? I can't read it even as a Tier 3 player. The system notifications took Shifeng aback. Just what is recorded inside? This was definitely the first time he had come across such a situation. In fact, he had never heard of something like this happening before. It seems I toiled for nothing. Sure enough, The information recorded on an ancient legacy stele really isn't easy to obtain. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the memory crystal in his hands. Having insufficient concentration wasn't a problem that could be solved quickly. Items capable of raising one's concentration were extremely rare in God's domain. The concentration he could receive from raising his levels and improving his equipment was also negligible at best. If he couldn't process the recorded information with the concentration of a Tier 3 player, then he would have to wait until he had completed his Tier 4 promotion. As for forcefully trying to read the recorded information, this was absolutely out of the question. Ostensibly, there was only a very large chance for him to enter a deep coma. In reality, if he did try to read the information, then he was guaranteed to fall into a coma. The time he would lose from being in a coma was one thing. What he truly feared was the irreparable brain damage. If that happened, he would have a much more difficult time with future tier promotions, something he definitely didn't want. Even if the information recorded in this memory crystal was incredibly valuable, he still wouldn't trade his future for it. After all, compared to the information left behind by an ancient god, reaching Tier 5 and Tier 6 was much more important. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Wait, there's another method I can use to read this memory crystal. Just as Shi Feng was about to store the memory crystal, he received a sudden inspiration. Divine Will. If I can polish myself using the Tier 4 Divine Will, I can push my concentration from the peak of Tier 3 to the Tier 4 standard. So long as my concentration reaches the Tier 4 standard, I shouldn't have any problems reading the information recorded in this. The more Shi Feng thought about it, the more he found his plan to be feasible. Anyone else would still have difficulties pushing their concentration to the Tier 4 standard within 2 short days, even if they could train themselves using the Tier 4 Divine Will. However, it was a different story for him. Thanks to his advanced bloodline, his concentration standard had long since reached the peak of Tier 3, just a step shy of the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he was very familiar with training using the Divine Will. Given one day, he had an excellent chance of pushing his concentration to the Tier 4 standard. No sooner had Shi Feng stored the memory crystal than Aqua Rose called him and announced, "Guild Leader, we discovered the trial boss." Chapter 2638, Ancient Lich Black Dragon's Soul. Chapter 2638. Ancient Lich Black Dragon's Soul Aqua Rose, and the others wore grim expressions on their faces as they looked at a towering, dilapidated altar some distance away in the middle of the tunnel. The reason for their reactions was that the altar's surroundings were filled with trial warriors and trial elites, these monsters numbering around 3,000, in addition to the trial boss. Moreover, the 4 corners of the altar each had a mana tower. Not only did the mana towers suppress all hostile forces within their range, but they also prevented players from using any skills and spells. This is just cheating. Not only are there so many monsters around the boss, but there are actually 4 mana towers as well. With this, let alone a 200-man team, even a 2,000-man team can't do anything. Floating Light cursed despite himself as he looked at the 4 mana towers. Mana towers were strategic-level defensive constructions, and not just any ordinary constructions, but top-tier advanced constructions. They were also things that players on the Western continent were extremely familiar with. After all, every one of the Western continent's NPC cities possessed these defensive constructions. The Mana Tower was also a large part of the reason why the Western continent's NPC cities could develop steadily despite having to face the constant threat of the demonic creature armies. Originally, the trial boss and its underlings already had an absolute advantage. Now, these monsters even boasted the protection of 4 mana towers. How were players like themselves supposed to clear this trial? Sure enough, it is still too early for us to come here. Crimson Star could not help a bitter smile as she considered the resting lich sitting atop the altar. Zorak, Ancient Lich, Superior Mythic, Level 122 HP 3, 700 000/3, 700 000/000, while Zorak's HP of 3. 7 billion wasn't particularly high for an ancient lich. This amount was more than enough to instill despair into players. Very few magically oriented monsters existed in God's domain. However, compared to physically oriented monsters of the same level and rank, magically oriented monsters were around 30% to 40% more difficult to handle. This was akin to the difference between physical class NPCs and magical class NPCs. Magical class NPCs were more adept at executing long-range AoE attacks and could wreak much greater destruction than physical class NPCs could. Meanwhile, ancient liches were monsters that possessed magical talent surpassing even that of elves. In the hands of an ancient lich, spells were no different from toys. It could play around with magic however it wanted to. Previously, Violet Sword had come across a level 87 mythic-ranked ancient lich out in the fields. In order to defeat it, the guild had dispatched a 5,000-man legion, filled with level 90-plus experts, who had taken turns attacking the boss in teams of 1,000. In the end, they had slain the ancient lich, but at the cost of nearly 4,000 experts. Now, not only was the ancient lich before them level 122, but it was even a superior mythic-ranked monster. If they came across this ancient lich in the outside world, they would have most likely turned tail and fled already. To make matters worse, there were thousands of trial monsters and 4 mana towers supporting the ancient lich. With this, even a 10,000-man legion, filled with expert players of the same level, wouldn't be able to raid it. At this moment, let alone Violet Swords and Azure's members, even Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members frowned upon seeing Zorak. After all, the raid difficulty of this trial boss was simply stratospheric. In fact, in their opinion, Zorak was no longer a boss that players could challenge at Tier 3. Only a Tier 4 team would have any hope of raiding it. Guild Leader Black Flame, the boss's raid difficulty is too high. Even if we throw all our lives away and use all our trump cards, I'm afraid we still won't be able to pose a threat to the boss. Do you still wish to continue fighting? Wildfighter asked as he turned to Sherfong, who had just rejoined the team. At the same time, though, he could not help but sigh in disappointment. They had gone through great lengths to reach the trial boss. If there were a chance of success, he would want to try raiding the trial boss as well. However, no matter how he looked at the situation, he simply couldn't see any hope whatsoever. After all, if they wished to raid the ancient lich, they would need to destroy the 4 mana towers first. Otherwise, they would be no different from live targets for the ancient lich, unable to put up any resistance at all. However, destroying the 4 mana towers was easier said than done. After all, they would have to go up against the trial boss and several thousand trial monsters when attacking the mana towers. To make matters worse, the mana towers possessed incredibly strong defensive capabilities. Attacks below the Tier 4 standard wouldn't even scratch the towers. However, with the 4 mana towers suppressing all hostile forces within the vicinity, they wouldn't be able to use any skills or spells against the towers. In other words, they would have to use normal attacks against these mana towers while also having weakened basic attributes. In such a situation, how many players on the team could execute attacks reaching the Tier 4 standard? If they had to rely on only a handful of players to destroy the 4 mana towers, it was unlikely that they could destroy even 1 mana tower before they team-wiped. Not to mention, the mana towers would also periodically launch large-scale destruction spells. Just one of these spells would be more than enough to annihilate their team. Facing the simultaneous attacks of 4 mana towers was an absolute nightmare. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you're reluctant to give up, I can suggest to the guild to alter our agreement to clearing the elite trial instead of the hero trial. Only the slots you will receive at that time will be significantly reduced. What do you think? Crimson Star suggested. Wildfighter did not show any disagreement with Crimson Star's proposal. The strength Zero Wing had displayed during the trial truly exceeded their imaginations. For Violet Sword, being able to form a partnership with Zero Wing was definitely a good thing. Crimson Star really reacted quickly. Duan Han smiled faintly when he overheard Crimson Star's suggestion. However, he wasn't particularly surprised. Zero Wing's potential was already clear for all to see. If nothing untoward happened, it would definitely grow into a superpower in the future. The guild would be especially powerful due to its ability to nurture players. If Violet Sword's young talents could receive Zero Wing's training as well, Violet Sword might even have a chance to become one of the 5 great super guilds. After seeing Crimson Star's actions, Duan Han also felt the need to have the Azure Chamber of Commerce further deepen its relationship with Zero Wing. However, as soon as Crimson Star finished speaking, Shifeng shook his head. If the problem is with the slots, I can try to negotiate with the others in the guild leader Black Flame, Wildfighter said when he saw Shifeng shaking his head. No, you misunderstand me, Vice Commander Wildfighter. I don't have any problem with your proposal. Only, I still wish to challenge the boss. After all, it wasn't easy getting up to this point. It is such a waste to give up without even trying, Shifeng said. Setting aside the status they would gain in the ancient city after clearing the hero trial, just the ancient legacy steel's recorded information alone made raiding the trial boss imperative. After all, the chances of coming across an ancient legacy steel in God's domain were abysmally low, not to mention one that required such a large memory crystal. If he could get his hands on the recorded information, it would most likely be the greatest harvest from this hero trial. Hence, he naturally couldn't give up without a fight. But those mana towers, Crimson Star countered worriedly when she saw that Shifeng still wished to attempt the raid. What if we can destroy those mana towers within a short time? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. Destroy those towers within a short time. Shifeng's words threw Crimson Star for a loop. Skeptical, she asked, "Is that possible?" "The odds are roughly even," Shifeng said after making some mental calculations. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone present stared at him in astonishment. For a moment, they thought that Shifeng was joking with them. These were 4 mana towers they were talking about. Destroying one without using any skills or spells would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. How could they destroy all 4 of them within a short time? If you really have an even chance of success, then we can give your plan a try, Crimson Star said, as she turned to study the distant altar. Wildfighter nodded in agreement. The most troublesome part about this entire raid was the 4 mana towers. If it was possible to destroy the 4 mana towers quickly, then an attempt was indeed justified. Since everyone agrees, that makes things simple, Shifeng said, smiling when he saw that Crimson Star and Wildfighter were willing to try raiding the trial boss. Afterward, I'll personally destroy the 4 mana towers. During this period, I hope that you can keep the trial monsters busy. You'll destroy the 4 mana towers yourself. Crimson Star gaped at Shifeng in disbelief. Although Shifeng's attacks indeed carried power at the Tier 4 standard, the amount of time it would take him to destroy the mana towers on his own was no laughing matter. That's right. I'll destroy them, Shifeng replied, seriously while nodding. All right, then, since you wish to try, then let's try at Guild Leader Black Flame. Crimson Star sighed helplessly when she saw that he was serious. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this point, she no longer held any hope of him succeeding. However, She didn't mind letting the Violet Sword members present die once to consolidate Violet Sword's partnership with Zero Wing. After all, aside from the long resurrection time, the death penalty players suffered in the ancient secret land was very low, following which everyone present readied themselves for battle and positioned themselves right outside the Mana Tower's suppression radius. Once they were given the command, they would immediately charge into the battlefield and attract the trial monster's attention. Guild Leader Black Flame, everything's ready. You may start any time. Crimson Star reported to Shi Feng after seeing that everyone was in position. Good. I'll start now. After saying so, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and activated Black Dragon's soul. Chapter 2639, Black Dragon King's Might. Chapter 2639, Black Dragon King's Might. When Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and activated Black Dragon's soul, the abyssal blade immediately transformed into a cloud of black mist, which then enveloped Shi Feng completely before expanding to cover a 60-yard radius around him. Before anyone could react to this strange development, a deafening dragon roar came from the cloud. In the next moment, a 30-meter-tall black dragon leaped out of the black mist, releasing a powerful aura that washed over the crowd. A dragon, Crimson Star, and Wildfighter could not help doubting their eyes when they saw the incredibly realistic black dragon before them. The dragon race was one of the apex races in God's domain. Dragons were also a symbol of strength and destruction. Whenever one appeared on the continent of God's domain, turmoil would follow. Now, however, Shi Feng had actually transformed himself into a dragon. Moreover, in terms of appearance or life rating, he was exactly the same as a true dragon. The only unfortunate matter was that the dragon that Shi Feng had transformed into was only Tier 3. Even so, this was still an astounding ability. After all, a dragon's attributes were far superior to those of existences of the same tier. However, while the Violet Sword and Azure members were astonished by this matter, they were, after all, core experts of their respective guilds and quickly snapped out of their daze. Upon receiving Aqua Rose's command, they promptly charged toward the altar, together with Zero Wing's members. As soon as everyone entered the range of the Mana Towers, the altar's trial monsters detected them. Before they could even get within 300 yards of the altar, the trial monsters had already moved into position, with 500 trial monsters standing resolutely at the bottom of the altar staircase. The remaining trial monsters positioned themselves on the various steps of the staircase and readied their bows. So long as the intruding players were within their attack range, they would immediately loose their arrows. The 4 Mana Towers surrounding the altar also started launching magic beams at the team. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, 4 light pillars emerged within the trial tunnel and vaporized everything within range. Fortunately, all the members on the team had spread out. In addition, the Mana Tower's cannons did not possess a very large AoE. As a result, aside from some unlucky players that had bad positioning, everyone else managed to slip out of the beam attack's AoE in time. Even so, the team had still lost over a dozen players just from that first round of attacks. Upon seeing this, the surviving members of the team gulped nervously, grim expressions settling on their faces. They hadn't even started fighting, yet they had already lost over a dozen members. At this rate, they would most likely get annihilated before they could even kill a trial monster. However, just as a heavy atmosphere descended on the team, a black figure suddenly flew overhead and arrived within 100 yards of a Mana Tower in the blink of an eye. Seeing this figure, everyone relaxed slightly and breathed out a sigh of relief. Only, when Shi Feng arrived within 100 yards of the first Mana Tower, the ancient lich seated at the top of the altar suddenly opened its eyes, the blood-red glow in its hollow eye sockets locking onto him immediately. The lich then extended its hand at the black dragon and started chanting an incantation. Less than a second later, a twofold magic array appeared beneath the Lich's feet. Speed casting. Crimson Star's complexion darkened when she saw Zorok's spellcasting. Zorok originally already possessed incredibly high HP for an ancient lich. Now, it was even capable of executing speed casting. Moreover, its speed casting was exceptionally fast. A Tier 4 spell, which usually required 4 or 5 seconds to cast, got completed in less than a second. The Lich's casting speed was simply unbelievable. The instant the twofold magic array took shape, several hundred ice blades formed around Zorok. The ice blades then tore space as they shot straight at Shurfong. Tier 4 spell, Frost Dance. Not only did every one of these ice blades carry power surpassing that of Tier 4 mythic monsters, but they also froze their surroundings completely. As the several hundred ice blades flew toward Shurfong, they transformed their surroundings into a world of frost. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but grow anxious. Dodging Zorok's attack was virtually impossible. If Shurfong got stuck dealing with the ancient Lich's attacks, then he wouldn't even be able to close in on the mana towers. Just when the several hundred ice blades were about to devour Shurfong, he suddenly extended a claw and swiped at the empty space before him. The phantom of a gigantic claw instantly appeared in midair. Holy Annihilation mana technique, Light Shadow. In the next moment, the gigantic claw tore through the frozen world and transformed the space before Shurfong into a pitch-black void. The several hundred ice blades disappeared completely as if they had never appeared to begin with. He blocked it. So, this is Guild Leader Black Flame's true strength. Everyone present was stupefied when they saw the pitch-black void that had formed before the Black Dragon. Those were several hundred ice blades. Every one of those ice blades carried power surpassing that of ordinary mythic monsters. Going up against the ancient Lich's attack would be akin to going up against the simultaneous attacks of several hundred mythic monsters. Yet Shurfong had actually nullified all those ice blades with just a single blow. However, before everyone could snap out of their daze, Shurfong flapped his wings and arrived before the nearest mana tower. He then sent a claw smashing into the 60-meter-tall tower. Boom! Along with a thundering explosion, the magic barrier protecting the mana tower shattered. The mana tower itself had also started trembling violently, its original durability of 5,000 instantly decreasing by over 200 points. Crimson Star and the others, who were still charging toward the altar, nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw this. The mana tower's defensive capability was at the Tier 4 standard. In other words, non-Tier 4 attacks wouldn't harm the mana tower at all. Even if a Tier 3 attack managed to cause damage, it would, at most, reduce the tower's durability by the standard 20 points. Now, however, Shurfong had reduced the mana tower's durability by over 200 points with just one attack. The power he demonstrated was simply astonishing. At this moment, let alone Crimson Star and the others, even Shurfong himself was surprised by this situation. Transforming into a Black Dragon King actually elevated my strength to such an extent. When Shurfong saw that the torn space before him was not showing any signs of recovery, he determined that the power of his attack had indeed reached the advanced Tier 4 standard. Before he had transformed into a Black Dragon King, his basic attributes allowed him to exhibit power at only the basic Tier 4 standard. However, in God's domain, further elevating one's power after reaching the Tier 4 standard was incredibly difficult. Only by being capable of exhibiting power at the advanced Tier 4 standard would one be able to just barely reach the standard of superior mythics. In other words, even without using any techniques, he could currently contend against the weakest of superior mythics. Despite this astonishing discovery, Shurfong quickly recovered his senses and resumed attacking the mana tower before him. -224, -219, -222. As Shi Feng's claws landed on the mana tower one after another, the tower's durability rapidly decreased. In no time at all, the mana tower had already lost 1/5 of its total durability, the speed of its deterioration making Crimson Star and the others' blood boil. At this time, though, both the mana towers and the ancient lich launched counterattacks at Shi Feng. Immediately, the 4 mana towers fired their magic cannons at Shi Feng, while the ancient lich used its domain and over a dozen magic blades to restrict and attack him. Every one of the attacks sent at Shi Feng carried the power of a superior mythic. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng continued using Light Shadow to defend himself before resuming his bombardment of the mana tower before him. However, Light Shadow placed an enormous burden on Shi Feng's concentration, even after he transformed into a Black Dragon King and gained a much superior physique. The amount of concentration he consumed when executing Light Shadow hardly decreased. By the time Shi Feng had destroyed the second mana tower, he no longer dared to use Light Shadow to defend against the mana towers and ancient lich's attacks, opting to use Sword's Orbit instead. However, the boost in Power Sword's orbit provided was inferior to that from Light Shadow. As a result, Shi Feng continuously lost HP as he defended himself. Approaching and attacking the mana towers also became much more difficult. By the time Shi Feng destroyed the third mana tower, his HP had already fallen to 64%. At this point, Zorok's attacks became even more frenzied, and when Shi Feng started attacking the fourth mana tower, the ancient lich also started double speed casting and dishing out tier 4 spells like they were nothing. When Shi Feng's HP fell to 24%, the fourth and last mana tower's durability zeroed out. At the same time, the suppression on the space surrounding the altar disappeared, and everyone was free to use skills and spells again. Zorok grew thoroughly enraged upon seeing the fourth mana tower's destruction. "Damnable dragon! Die!" Zorok bellowed as it glared at Shi Feng. The world around Shi Feng immediately dimmed as a gigantic, threefold magic array appeared above his head. A tier 4 curse. Shi Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the threefold magic array. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU as he stared at it in shock. Flames of annihilation suddenly descended from the threefold magic array, covering a 500-yard radius and enveloping the entire altar. Tier 4 curse, Annihilation Lotus. The faces of Crimson Star and the others sank at this sight. Shatter. Not daring to hold back, Shi Feng immediately widened his mouth and used his strongest move, Dragon Breath. Chapter 2640, Suppressing the Ancient Lich. Chapter 2640, Suppressing the Ancient Lich Dragon Breath. The dragon race's trademark move allowed dragons to gather all their power into a single point and propel it. The resulting attack would carry power far beyond what dragons could normally exhibit. Dragon Breath was also one of the main reasons why dragons were labeled invincible among those of the same tier. A tier 5 Dragon Breath could even destroy entire cities. The destructive power a Dragon Breath carried was even greater than a taboo skill or curse of the same tier. After Shi Feng executed Dragon Breath, a scorching white beam shot at the massive pillar of flames descending from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. When the two attacks collided, space around the point of collision shattered and transformed into a pitch-black void. The powerful shockwaves from the impact were palpable even over 1,000 yards away. When the clash ended, everyone was stupefied by the outcome. What? He blocked it. That was a tier 4 curse. Even a true tier 3 dragon shouldn't be able to stop that. How did he do it? Crimson Star and the other magical class players on the team felt like they were dreaming when they saw the threefold magic array above them fading out of existence. The Tier 4 curse Zorak cast rivaled a Tier 5 spell. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 spell could break through even the defensive magic array of main cities, let alone annihilate a measly 200-man team of Tier 3 players. When they saw Zorak casting the Tier 4 curse, they had known that the battle was over and resigned themselves to death. None of them thought that Shurfeng would actually be able to stop this frightening attack and keep the whole team alive. His abilities were truly inhuman. Thank goodness I managed to block it. Otherwise, that really would have been a team wipe. Shurfeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the descending pillar of flames dissipating. If not for him having further improved his understanding of the realms of truth and managing to integrate advanced combat techniques into his actions, he wouldn't have been able to elevate his dragon breath's destructive power. In that case, both he and everyone else below him would have been burnt to ashes. However, before Shurfeng and the others could catch their breath, Zorak started chanting once more and summoned another threefold magic array. How is this possible? This is a lie, right? How can it still use another Tier 4 curse? Everyone's complexion paled when they saw the ancient lich using another Tier 4 curse. Most of the bosses in God's domain possessed only one team wipe move, and even if a boss had multiple team wipe moves, it wouldn't use them back to back. Now, however, Zorak was chanting another Tier 4 curse right after using one. The ancient lich thoroughly shattered the conventions of God's domain. It's not even waiting for the ambient mana to recover at this moment, let alone everyone else. Even Shurfeng was surprised by this situation. He was not surprised that Zorak was using Tier 4 curses back to back. After all, the ancient lich was a magically oriented boss. However, Zorak had just used a Tier 4 curse, so the mana around it was still extremely sparse. If the lich used another Tier 4 curse now, the power of the curse would be significantly weaker. Zorak should have waited for the ambient mana to recover before using another killing move, yet the lich did not do so. Even for Shurfeng, this was a fresh development. It's over. Its casting speed is too fast. We don't even have time to use Tier 3 curses to defend ourselves. Crimson Star despaired when she saw the fully formed, threefold magic array. She never thought that, after Shurfeng destroyed the 4 mana towers and blocked one of the ancient lich's killing moves, things would turn out this way. With Dragon Breath on cooldown, it should not be possible for Shurfeng to use it again within a short time. In addition, he was simply too far away from Zorak. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't interrupt the ancient lich's spellcasting. Meanwhile, the formation of a Tier 3 curse took at least 3 or 4 seconds. They simply didn't have enough time to defend against the ancient lich's second attack. Just as Zorak was about to incant the final verse of its curse, however, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before it and slashed her greatsword down at the lich. In the next moment, a flash dazzled everyone's eyes as the greatsword smashed into the ancient lich's skull. Not only did the attack forcefully interrupt the ancient lich's spellcasting, but it also made the lich itself stumble 2 steps back, suffering over 4 million damage. Gentle Snow. Over 4 million damage. How high is her strength? Violet Swords and Azure's members were surprised when they discerned the identity of the ancient lich's attacker. They never thought that Zero Wing actually had another expert capable of contending against the ancient lich. While the ancient lich was indeed a magically oriented boss, the basic attributes it possessed were still far superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Without strength surpassing that of ordinary mythic monsters, one wouldn't be able to budge the ancient lich in the slightest. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow interrupted Zorak, Shurfeng immediately flew forward to keep it busy. He gave the lich no opportunities to cast any more Tier 4 curses. Good. A chance. Everyone, charge! Wild Fighter yelled excitedly when he saw the ancient lich occupied, now that the mana towers were gone. So long as the ancient lich was prevented from using any more tier 4 curses and they could get within melee range of it, they would have an opportunity for victory. After all, what magically oriented bosses feared the most was melee combat. So long as they managed to pull Zorok into a melee, the boss's threat would be halved. Violet Swords and Azure's members charged at the Trial Monster's defensive line with renewed vigor, taking the lead. Wild Fighter, Crimson Star, Sinful Flame, Duan Hans Han, Solitary Frost, Yen Xiaoqian, and Floating Light were like the team's spearhead. They instantly broke a hole through the defensive line and allowed the team's other members to flood through it. However, the higher up the altar the team ascended, the more trial monsters they encountered. As a result, the team's advance gradually slowed. Damn it! There are too many trial elites. At this rate, we'll get killed before we can even close with the boss. Floating Light cursed as he fought 3 Grand Lord-ranked trial elites simultaneously. Previously, he still had the upper hand when he went up against 2 trial elites. However, as they ascended the altar, the number of trial elites they came across increased. Now, facing the simultaneous attacks of 3 trial elites, he didn't even have the opportunity to retaliate and could only passively defend himself. His HP also continuously decreased, and he needed the support of the healers in order to stay alive. At this moment, everyone was struggling in their fight against the trial monsters, their HPs continuously decreasing. Now, they were completely reliant on the team's healers to keep their HPs above a safe margin. We can't continue dragging the fight out like this. Violet and Wonder, you two open up a path. Everyone else, follow them. I'll hold the rear. Aqua Rose commanded when she saw that the team was already surrounded. Follow the 2 of them. The Violet Sword and Azure members present were confused by Aqua Rose's command. Yen Xiaoqian, in particular, found it unbelievable, setting aside Violet Cloud, who held the upper hand even while going up against 3 trial elites simultaneously. Silent Wonder was just barely holding her ground against 3 trial elites. In fact, Yen Xiaoqian was faring even better than Silent Wonder right now. Yet Aqua Rose wanted Silent Wonder to spearhead a breakthrough in the encirclement. However, before anyone could object to Aqua Rose's strange command, Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder both nodded and charged toward the thick of the monsters. What are they doing? They're already outside the range of the healers. Crimson Star suspected that Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder had gone crazy when she saw the 2 charging into the mob of trial monsters. Although Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder possessed relatively high combat standards and extraordinary combat power, they would still take significant damage if they went up against too many trial monsters at once. Without the support of healers, they wouldn't last very long. Even if Violet Cloud was a cleric herself, she currently had to focus on attacking and defending. She didn't have any time to spare casting healing spells. However, as soon as Crimson Star finished speaking, blades of mana started appearing around the 2 women. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Void Blade, Shadow Rage. The 2 of them combined had summoned over 300 magic blades. Moreover, every magic blade carried so much power that the space around them trembled. The power of these magic blades was definitely at the tier 4 standard. Go! Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder let loose a low shout. The trial monsters surrounding them got blasted away one after another, and in no time at all, no monster remained within a 40-yard radius of the duo. Moreover, any monster that tried to approach them got repelled immediately. Chapter 2641, Zero Wings Combat Power. Chapter 2641, Zero Wings Combat Power. The sudden appearance of empty space on the altar's staircase instantly silenced Violet Swords and Azure's members. They were holding back all this time. Yen Xiaoqian could not help doubting her eyes as she stared at Silent Wonder. After fully unlocking her own mana body as well, Yen Xiaoqian had thought that she had already caught up to and possibly even surpassed Silent Wonder. After all, in terms of combat standard, Silent Wonder had just recently entered the Void Realm, whereas she was only half a step away from the Domain Realm. Now, however, are all of Zero Wings members monsters? Floating Light's eyes were wide with shock as he watched Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder carving a path up the staircase. He already had difficulties taking on 3 trial elites simultaneously, yet Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder currently held the upper hand despite going up against several hundred trial warriors and trial elites. None of the trial monsters could get within 30 yards of the duo. Their strength was simply unbelievable. Even Crimson Star and Wildfighter wouldn't be a match for Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder. Or, to put it in another way, they were standing on completely different levels. Good. Everyone, enter the clearing they created. Aqua Rose immediately commanded, unfazed by the strength Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder were displaying. Upon hearing Aqua Rose's command, Violet Swords and Azure's members promptly snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed Zero Wings members into the 30-yard safe zone the duo had created. For a time, the entire team steadily closed in on the Ancient Lich while enveloped by Violet Cloud's and Silent Wonder's attacks, which formed a barrier that prevented the trial monsters from harming the team. Sure enough, the two of them have already achieved a considerably high standard in the spiritualization realm. Every one of their magic blades actually integrates a combat technique. It's as if they've assimilated basic combat techniques into their souls. Sinful Flame muttered as he marveled at the magic blades flying around the team. They've integrated basic combat techniques into every one of their magic blades. How is that possible? Yen Xiaoqian exclaimed when she overheard Sinful Flame's mutterings. Just executing a combat technique normally was plenty difficult. Executing combat techniques in quick succession was even more difficult. As for executing several hundred combat techniques simultaneously, that was simply inhuman. However, they have indeed succeeded in doing so. In fact, they're doing it as naturally as breathing. Sinful Flame said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he responded to Yen Xiaoqian's astonishment. Moreover, they aren't the only ones in Zero Wing capable of it. I really don't know how Black Flame managed to nurture so many monsters. As Sinful Flame and Yen Xiaoqian were conversing, the team arrived within 50 yards of the Ancient Lich under Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder's aegis. However, as the team pressed closer to the Ancient Lich, the magic blades Violet Cloud and Silent Wonder summoned grew increasingly translucent. It was obvious that their duration would end soon. Seeing this, everyone on the team inevitably grew nervous. While being closer to the trial boss was a good thing, the number of trial monsters around the boss greatly exceeded their expectations. If they lost the protection of these magic blades now, they definitely wouldn't be able to fend off the trial monsters. Everyone, gather around the boss and focus fire on it. Summer, and I will hold the rear. Aqua Rose shouted through the team chat when she saw that the magic blades were about to vanish. She then rushed to the rear of the team. Everyone was stunned by Aqua Rose's words. Although the altar staircase was only 60 yards wide, which a magical class player could easily cover, so long as they stood in the middle, they would be up against several thousand trial monsters, let alone 2 magical class players. Even 100 magical class players couldn't stop the assault of so many monsters. Normally, the majority of the team would hold off the trial monsters while a small number of peak experts dealt with the boss. Now, however, Aqua Rose intended to stop these several thousand trial monsters with just 2 people. She was simply insane. However, before Crimson Star and Wildfighter could offer up their suggestion, Aqua Rose had already started incanting. A dark blue, 2-fold magic array, angled toward the staircase, immediately appeared above her. When she tapped the butt of her staff on the ground, a torrent of water gushed out of the magic array and down the altar staircase. The frightening deluge flushed the trial monsters down the staircase. After the floodwaters swept away the trial monsters, Alluring Summer, who stood beside Aqua Rose, also completed her incantation. An electric barrier formed at the top of the staircase, preventing ingress. However, while the electric barrier stopped the trial monster's advance, it did not block the trial monster's attacks. For a time, every trial monster could be seen firing arrows at Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Everyone felt their scalp going numb when they saw the rain of several thousand arrows. However, as if they were graceful butterflies, Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer easily weaved their way around the arrows. In the end, not a single arrow managed to land on the two of them. Crap! What kind of guild is Zero Wing? Floating Light gaped in shock when he saw Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer stopping the advance of several thousand trial monsters all by themselves. At this moment, let alone Floating Light, even Solitary Frost and Yen Xiaoqian, who had lived together with Zero Wings members for a while, were shocked by this scene. They felt as if this was their first time learning of the guild known as Zero Wing. Everyone, stop daydreaming. We need to help Guild Leader Black Flame deal with the boss quickly. Crimson Star ordered through the team chat after snapping out of her daze. Upon hearing Crimson Star's reminder, Violet Swords and Azure's members also promptly regained their composure. Indeed, now wasn't the time to watch Aqua Rose and Alluring Summer. Dealing with the Ancient Lich took priority. Everyone else on the team then charged at the Ancient Lich and started assisting Shurfeng and Gentle Snow in dealing with the trial boss. Although Zorak was incredibly powerful, it was at the end of the day still a magically oriented monster. After its opponents got within melee range of it, it would be fortunate if it could exhibit even half of its usual combat power. Moreover, with Shurfeng and Gentle Snow's constant harassment, Zorak couldn't even cast Tier 4 AoE spells, let alone Tier 4 curses. The Ancient Lich's HP decreased rapidly. Even after Shurfeng reverted into a human, Zorak's HP still dwindled. After a little more than an hour had passed, the Ancient Lich's HP had already fallen to 20%. Despicable humans. I will have all of you pay for daring to interrupt a sacrifice for the demon god. Zorak bellowed. A frightening burst of mana exploded forth from the Ancient Lich's body. The shockwave so intense that everyone present got knocked back more than 30 yards. Not good. It's going to use the innate skill of liches. Crimson Star turned solemn when she saw the Ancient Lich going berserk. Everyone, distance yourself from the boss quickly. In God's domain, every powerful race had their own innate skills. An example would be the dragon race's Dragon Breath. Another would be Lich's Frozen World. Not only was this skill incredibly powerful, but it also could not be interrupted. So long as Frozen World was activated, anyone within range who did not have extremely high ice resistance would receive frost damage over time, as well as a movement speed debuff. Fortunately, Frozen World had a small AoE with a 40-yard radius. Ranged players could easily attack from outside the AoE. However, being able to use only ranged attacks against a magically oriented boss wasn't a good thing. Don't even think of getting off so easily. Shurfeng shouted as he activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's Forbidden Domain. A layer of gray fog enveloped the entire altar, and the frightening mana surrounding Zorak scattered and disappeared. As a result, the Ancient Lich failed to gather enough mana to activate Frozen World. In the end, not only did Zorak not become more difficult to deal with, but it even became weaker instead. With the suppression of Forbidden Domain, the Ancient Lich could cast only Tier 3 spells. This reduced the raid difficulty significantly. 20%, 15%, 10%. However, as the battle progressed, Zorak also grew increasingly desperate. In exchange for reducing its own defense and HP, it started using Tier 4 spells in rapid succession, reaping the lives of the players before it. By the time the Ancient Lich's HP fell to 5%, less than 100 players remained alive. Fortunately, the damage everyone caused the Lich was also increasing. Moreover, the Lich kept burning its own HP to do battle. As a result, the Lich's HP still decreased at a rapid rate. Quick, attack with everything you've got. The boss is almost down. Crimson Star shouted anxiously when she saw that the team was down to less than 70 players. At this moment, she could tell that the rate at which Zorak's HP decreased was slowing. Even though the Ancient Lich only had 3% of its HP left, that was still more than 100 million HP. To make matters worse, everyone's strongest skills and spells were on cooldown. They didn't have anything left to increase their DPS. 2%, 1%. When Zorak's HP fell below 1%, less than 20 players remained. At this point, aside from Kola, everyone else's HP was already at a critical level. Everyone was clearly at the end of their rope. Shurfong decided to throw caution to the wind. He arrived beside the Ancient Lich and raised the Abyssal Blade high. Die. First sword, Light Shadow. 1 attack. 2 attacks. 3 attacks. Every attack inflicted over 3 million damage on the Ancient Lich. However, every execution of Light Shadow gave Shurfong a massive headache. When he executed the mana technique for the 3rd time in a row, his complexion had already turned deathly pale. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Nevertheless, Shurfong endured the pain and continued executing Light Shadow. 5 attacks, 6 attacks, 7 attacks. Finally, after Shurfong executed his 8th consecutive Light Shadow, Zorak's HP zeroed out. The Ancient Lich then let loose an unresigned wail before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 2642, Ancient Lich's Loot. Chapter 2642. Ancient Lich's Loot. When the Ancient Lich collapsed to the ground, a purple glow enveloped the bodies of the surviving players. The EXP from the Ancient Lich was far more generous than what even ordinary superior mythics awarded, so much that Shurfong jumped directly to level 120. As everyone's experience bar was rising rapidly due to the Ancient Lich's death, the boundless mana that had gathered around the altar no longer had anyone binding it to the altar's vicinity. As a result, the mana started dispersing, and the trial monsters that were frenziedly attacking Aqua Rose, an alluring summer, suddenly collapsed to the ground, one after another, as if they had lost their souls. We won. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up within Aqua Rose when she saw the collapsed trial monsters. At the same time, a sense of relief washed over her. Although both alluring summers and her HPs had barely decreased, their stamina and concentration were already at critical levels. Had the fight continued for another 2 or 3 minutes, they would definitely have collapsed from stamina and concentration exhaustion. Fortunately, the Ancient Lich had fallen before they did. In the meantime, although Shurfong and the others felt joyful over defeating the Ancient Lich, they could not help falling on their backs in exhaustion, having almost depleted their stamina and concentration already. The hero trial. He actually did it. When Mythology's people find out about this, they will definitely go crazy. Crimson Star gazed at Shurfong, who lay on the ground some distance away with complicated emotions. Originally, Tori had only meant to use the hero trial as bait to buy time. No one from Violet Sword had expected Shurfong and Zero Wing to succeed. After all, Mythology had partnered with multiple superpowers to form a 200-man team of peak and apex experts, and still failed to conquer the ancient city's elite trial. While fighting the ancient lich, Crimson Star had entertained the possibility of actually defeating the trial boss, but toward the end of the raid, she had concluded that victory was nothing but a fantasy. Near the end, Zorak had started killing multiple players with every move it used. The ancient lich would wipe out the remnants of their team in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, trying to wreak over 40 million damage in just 10 seconds was simply impossible for a team of less than 20 surviving players. In the end, however, Shi Feng had surpassed everyone's expectations. At the final moment, he still managed to dish out such frightening DPS and reap the ancient lich's remaining HP, creating a miracle. "Guild leader, are you all right?" Fire Dance asked worriedly as she arrived beside Shi Feng. At this moment, the life aura Shi Feng exuded was incredibly weak despite him still having quite a lot of HP. His complexion was also deathly pale. This clearly wasn't a result of just running out of stamina or concentration. "I'm fine. I just forcefully broke through the limits of my concentration, so I'll probably need to rest for quite some time to recover," Shi Feng replied, smiling. Because of his rapid-fire use of light shadow, he was mentally exhausted. In fact, he would most likely remain in this weakened mental state for quite some time. However, being able to break through the limits of his concentration was a fortuitous matter. After all, it would allow him to improve his brain capacity. Of course, in order to gain this improvement, he would need the corresponding support facilities and nutrient fluids. Otherwise, he would be courting brain damage. While Shi Feng and Fire Dance were conversing, the sound of a system notification entered everyone's ears. "System, congratulations. You have completed the hero trial. Trial completion rating, S rank, rewarding 500 Lightforged City contribution points and permanent citizenship." The system notification repeated 3 times. While Zero Wings and Azure's members did not understand the importance of these rewards, Violet Sword's members revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. What a bountiful reward! According to our investigations of Lightforged City, it'd take at least 7 or 8 quests just to get 100 contribution points. With 500 points, we can directly purchase 3 Tier 3 magic stones and attempt to boost the completion rate of our Tier 3 skills and spells past the 100% threshold. Floating Light exclaimed. As he read the contents of the system notification, he felt as if he was dreaming. Although neither Violet Sword nor Mythology had entered the ancient secret lands Lightforged City before, their research into the city indicated that obtaining contribution points in the city was incredibly difficult. Normally, the only way was by doing quests. However, there was not only a restriction of accepting 1 quest at a time, but also a limited number of quests available in the city every day. Meanwhile, Lightforged City's contribution points were the only currency recognized in the city. These points could be exchanged for various useful items. Among the items available for exchange in Lightforged City, the one that attracted the attention of Violet Sword and Mythology the most was the Magic Stone. The Magic Stone was an item that could provide players with guidance on breaking through the 100% limit of their skills and spells. A Tier 3 Magic Stone could provide guidance for Tier 3 skills and spells. It was undoubtedly a treasure that all expert players desired. After all, skills and spells followed players for the rest of their careers in God's domain. However, improving the completion rate of skills and spells, especially Tier 3 skills and spells, was not an easy task. Just being able to achieve a 90% completion rate was already an incredibly difficult feat to accomplish. Meanwhile, even reaching 100% completion rate with a Tier 3 skill or spell would provide a considerable boost to a player's combat power. If one could break through the 100% limit, the boost in combat power would be even greater. Now that the hero trial had awarded each player with 500 contribution points, this meant each of them could exchange for 3 tier 3 magic stones. They were naturally excited by this outcome. At this moment, let alone Violet Sword's members, even Shurfeng was surprised by this reward. A 500-point reward for every player on the team? This trip really was worth it. Shurfeng similarly felt joyful when he saw the rewards the system granted. Others might not know what it meant to have 500 contribution points for an ancient city, but he did. In God's domain, a player who managed to rack up 500 contribution points in an ancient city could improve their combat power by a significant margin. Setting aside the commonly known magic stone, just the most basic enchanted potion could allow players to improve their strength rapidly. When consumed, the enchanted potion raised the ambient mana around players to a very high density for 6 hours. If players fought against powerful monsters or sparred against expert players during this period, they would gain significant improvements. In the past, because of the magic stone and enchanted potion, Violet Sword had been able to recruit and nurture plenty of expert players, which, in turn, raised the guild's strength even closer to that of the 5 great super guilds. As Shurfeng and the others were rejoicing over the trial rewards, the ancient lich's corpse suddenly burst into countless particles of light. Immediately afterward, the particles of light coalesced into more than 100 light globes of varying sizes, every one of which radiated dense mana. So, this is the ancient lich's loot. Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the items that appeared when the light globes faded. Although everyone had anticipated that the ancient lich's loot would be extraordinary, they never thought it would be this abundant. Originally, they had only expected to obtain around 24 noble authority tokens. However, there were over 60 tokens as well as over 20 inferior legendary materials and 6 legendary materials. Aside from the tokens and materials, the ancient lich had also dropped a total of 14 pieces of dark gold equipment and 4 pieces of epic equipment. At this point in time, even the various superpowers barely had any level 100 plus epic items. Now, however, the ancient lich had dropped 4 level 100 plus epic items, including an epic weapon. Azure's members could not help but drool over the ancient lich's loot. The 4 epic items aside, just the legendary materials dropped were more than enough to make any superpower envious. After all, legendary materials could be used to produce custom-made epic weapons and equipment that had high compatibility with the players they were made for. Moreover, the production would also have a relatively high success rate. With the 6 legendary materials dropped, it was possible to create 6 custom-made epic weapons and equipment. Guild Leader Black Flame. According to our agreement, you have priority in choosing one item. Please take your pick, Crimson Star said to Shurfeng after recollecting herself. In that case, I'll choose the tattered scroll, Shurfeng said, pointing at a tattered scroll radiating mana so dense that it was second only to the mana from the epic weapon. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you sure? Crimson Star looked at Shurfeng in confusion when she saw the item he chose. In her opinion, the best item the ancient lich dropped was the epic ranked axe. After all, the axe wasn't just any ordinary epic weapon, but the replica of a legendary weapon, ranking at the top even among epic weapons. When equipped, it could raise the combat power of current peak experts by at least 30%. It should be of great help even to domain realm experts like herself. As for the tattered scroll Shurfeng chose, she had tried using an identification skill on it already. Although the scroll radiated powerful mana and looked very special, it was just a damaged epic scroll. The cost of repair alone would most likely be high. Not to mention, a scroll was also a consumable. How could it possibly compare to an epic weapon in terms of value? I'm choosing it, Shurfeng said as he nodded in affirmation. At this stage of the game, aside from himself, there was most likely nobody else in God's domain that would recognize this tattered scroll. This scroll was also the reason why he wanted priority pick over the trial boss's loot. This was because this scroll was something that could be obtained only from the first clear of Lightforged City's entrance trial. The Legacy Scroll. This magic scroll directly teleported players to the legacy land of their Tier 4 promotion quest, saving them plenty of time. In addition, it could be used to negate a failed attempt at challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest, allowing players to re-challenge their promotion quest right away in the same legacy land. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the Tier 4 promotion quest was drastically different from past promotion quests. Every time players challenged their Tier 4 promotion quest, they would be sent to a different legacy land. Hence, players had no opportunity to learn from their failures and try again. However, if they could re-attempt a promotion quest in the same legacy land, their chances of success would increase drastically. Only, the legacy scroll the ancient lich dropped was somewhat different from what Shifeng had heard in his previous life. In the past, the legacy scroll obtained from Lightforged City's entrance trial was at the Dark Gold rank. On the other hand, the one the ancient lich dropped was actually at the epic rank. However, Shifeng did not dwell on the matter, quickly storing the legacy scroll. And after splitting the loot equally with Violet's sword, Shifeng and the others promptly left the trial space. Once they exited the trial space, they entered Lightforged City under Crimson Star's lead, not bothering to wait at the trial entrance for the dead to get automatically resurrected. Chapter 2643, Astonishing Lightforged City. Chapter 2643, Astonishing Lightforged City, Ancient Secret Land, Lightforged City. With a flash, Shifeng and the other survivors of his team arrived in the middle of a plaza. The plaza was gigantic, easily able to house 4 sports stadiums. Erected in its center were more than 100 7-meter-tall statues. Every one of these statues had a different appearance. Some were armor-clad warriors, some staff-wielding mages, and some archers sporting bows. Despite their different appearances, these statues shared one similarity: a powerful aura. It felt as if these statues were alive. Upon seeing these statues, Shifeng and the others were stunned. This ancient city is truly amazing. Just the statues in this teleportation plaza would most likely be enough to drive the experts in the outside world crazy. Shifeng exclaimed as he studied the statues before him. The statues on the plaza might look ordinary, but in reality, they contained information on basic combat techniques catering to the class they represented. At this point in time, practically every player in God's domain already knew about the existence of combat techniques. However, the number of players that had the opportunity to learn a combat technique was still incredibly low. This was especially true for independent players. However, inside Lightforged City, information on basic combat techniques was on display as if it was worthless garbage. Players could freely learn the combat techniques displayed whenever they wanted and at no cost at all. Moreover, these combat techniques catered to specific classes. The wealth and generosity of Lightforged City were truly astonishing. At this stage of the game, even the members of the various major powers had to pay a certain price and make sufficient contributions in order to learn basic combat techniques. Yet players could freely learn them in this plaza. Furthermore, the ambient mana inside Lightforged City was also incredibly dense. If players trained in Lightforged City's arenas, their improvement speed would definitely be several times higher than normal. The mana here is very special. If I can train here long-term, I might be able to further unlock my mana body, Violet Cloud said excitedly through the team chat. Indeed, just standing here, I can already feel my control over mana strengthening. If I can take advantage of this experience, I might be able to further unlock my mana body as well, Aqua Rose said, nodding. Everyone else in the team had also noticed the special effects of Lightforged City's mana. their eyes glowing with excitement at this discovery. 4 Violet Swords Crimson Star and Wildfighter. Nothing was more attractive than being able to fully unlock their mana bodies as soon as possible. Or, to put it in another way, expediting the unlocking of the mana body was something the various superpowers were constantly seeking to accomplish. As for Zero Wings members and Azure's Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Yen Xiaoqian, breaking through the mana body's 100% threshold was something they dreamed of achieving. After all, the difference between a mana body that had broken through the 100% threshold and a mana body that had yet to do so was massive, as Violet Cloud had proven. However, trying to break through the mana body's 100% threshold was incredibly difficult. In fact, they hardly had any leads on doing so. Now that the mana here was giving them some clues, they naturally grew excited. In this situation, though, Sinful Flame, Solitary Frost, and Yen Xiaoqian could not help envying Zero Wings and Violet Swords members. After all, Zero Wings and Violet Swords members could train in Lightforged City whenever they wanted. On the other hand, Azure's members had only 2 days. Upon realizing this, Yen Xiaoqian and Solitary Frost took a seat and focused on the sensations they were currently experiencing. After all, it was unknown when they would get another opportunity to visit Lightforged City. There's still quite some time before the alchemy array disappears. Let's take a look at Lightforged City's City Lord's Mansion first. It won't be too late to start training afterward, Shi Feng suggested, chuckling when he saw Yen Xiaoqian and the others sitting down to circulate their mana. I guess you're right, Yen Xiaoqian answered, nodding as she dismissed her thoughts of training immediately. Upon further consideration, she felt that what Shi Feng said was indeed correct. The special effects of the ancient city's mana could be said to be a bonus only. The true value of the city remained in its City Lord's Mansion, where players could exchange for the various items available only in the ancient city using the city's contribution points. Currently, every one of them had 500 contribution points. It would be a pity not to use them. Shi Feng and the others spent over 2 hours traveling down Lightforged City's main street before arriving in front of the 600-meter-tall City Lord's Mansion. Currently, dozens of uniformed knights were standing guard before the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion. Not only were these knights at level 180, Tier 3, but they also possessed life ratings rivaling that of archaic species. The aura they radiated was comparable with that of mythic monsters of the same level. As for the knight captain leading these knights, he was a bona fide Tier 4 NPC. His mere presence put intense pressure on Shi Feng. Meanwhile, when everyone entered the City Lord's Mansion's first-floor exchange hall, they were stunned by the scene before them. Currently, all sorts of items were on display in the exchange hall. Among them were epic weapon and equipment designs, Grandmaster potion recipes, rare skills and spells, bronze combat techniques, advanced construction designs, and designs for war weapons. Every one of these items was an unbelievable treasure that one could only come across by luck in the outside world. Now, however, a plethora of such treasures greeted their eyes. Of course, everyone could only afford to look at these items. After all, even the cheapest of these displayed treasures cost 4,000 contribution points, with the more expensive ones costing tens of thousands of points. With each of them having only 500 points, they shouldn't even think of purchasing any of these items. Fortunately, these valuable treasures weren't the only things available for exchange. There were still plenty of cheap and ordinary items within their means. An example of these items would be the Magic Stone and Enchanted Potion. Of those present, whether it was Violet Swords or Azure's members, they almost immediately chose to spend all of their contribution points on the Tier 3 Magic Stones and Enchanted Potions. Guild Leader, the items available for exchange here have limited quantities. Let's quickly exchange for some Tier 3 Magic Stones and enchanted potions as well. If we wait until the others get resurrected, there won't be anything left for us. Aqua Rose urged hurriedly as she looked at Sherfong, who showed no interest in the magic stones and enchanted potions at all. All items in the exchange hall had an exchange limit. While some would be restocked over time, the more valuable treasures were unique items, no longer available once exchanged. As for the Tier 3 magic stones and enchanted potions, while they weren't unique items, if everyone were to spend all 500 of their contribution points on these two items, there would only be enough to supply 50 people. Once these items sold out, those who wanted them would have to wait until they got restocked to exchange for these items. However, who knew when these items would get restocked? No need to rush this, Sherfong said, shaking his head. He then shifted his gaze to a shelf carrying bottles of icy blue liquid, saying, "Have everyone exchange for 10 master concentration recovery potions first. Guild leader, that concentration recovery potion is too expensive at 50 points per bottle. Do we really need to buy it?" Aqua Rose could not help her exasperation when she saw the price of the Master Concentration Recovery Potion. That item only aids players in recovering concentration. Moreover, each potion lasts only 2 hours. Although it is a rare potion in the outside world, spending our precious points on it is a little. Concentration recovery potions were indeed incredibly rare, but not particularly useful, since players naturally recovered their concentration over time. If players rested inside a city, their recovery rate would be even quicker. Hence, items that helped in the recovery of concentration were not that expensive on the market. Spending 50 contribution points to exchange for just one master concentration recovery potion now was simply an extravagance. After all, the Master Enchanted Potion cost only 10 contribution points, yet it lasted 6 hours. Relax. Just exchange all your points for the potion. I guarantee that the value you can get from these potions will greatly surpass your expectations. They're even more valuable than those Tier 3 magic stones, Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Aqua Rose's face. In his opinion, the Master Concentration Recovery Potion was very cheap. Moreover, they were allowed to purchase the potion only because they had the Noble Authority token. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to do so. If these Master Concentration Recovery Potions were put up for sale during his previous life, just one potion would have sold for the price of one epic material. Even at such a price, rarely anybody would be willing to sell their potions. After saying so, Sherfong spent all his points on Master Concentration Recovery Potions without hesitation. Aqua Rose no longer tried to dissuade Sherfong. After all, he definitely had his reasons for such a decision. Following which, she and the others exchanged all their points for Master Concentration Recovery Potions as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Violet Swords and Azure's members were confused upon seeing this scene. They could not understand why Zero Wings members would exchange for potions that did not provide the slightest bit of help in training. However, they did not pay too much attention to this matter. After all, their alchemy array's duration was running down. Now that they had obtained the magic stones and enchanted potions, they had to devote their efforts to training. As for what Zero Wings members intended to do, that was none of their business. Violet Swords and Azure's members promptly ran to Lightforged City's arenas to train. As for Zero Wings members, they made their way to the city wall under Sherfang's lead. Let's hope these potions will be enough for me to break through to the Tier 4 standard. As Sherfong gazed at the gigantic statues atop the distant wall, his footsteps sped up automatically. Chapter 2644, Absorbing Divine, will. Chapter 2644. Absorbing Divine will the gigantic statues erected atop Lightforged City's tall walls gave off an indescribable sense of majesty and oppression. When Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members got within 100 yards of these statues, they immediately sensed a powerful pressure weighing down on their minds. For a moment, they felt as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves as their consciousness started to waver. They were like a small boat sailing across a stormy ocean. Even the slightest mistake could result in their demise. What a powerful mental assault! Just this one strike already makes me feel as if I just executed an advanced combat technique. If this continues, I'll probably exhaust my concentration in no time at all, Gentle Snow commented, frowning as she sensed the mental pressure from the statues. She had realized that these statues were extraordinary when she saw them from outside the city. After all, just looking at these statues from a great distance had already taken a toll on her concentration. Now that she stood so close to these statues, she realized that they were even more frightening than she initially thought. Even without looking at these statues, her mind was subject to a mental suppression that depleted her concentration. Guild leader, don't tell me the training you mentioned will take place here? Aqua Rose objected as she turned to Shifeng. That's right. We'll be training here, Shifeng said as he smiled and nodded. Guild leader, the mental assault of these statues is too powerful. Let alone using skills and spells, even executing basic mana control is a problem. It is impossible for us to conduct any training here, Aqua Rose argued. When she tried manipulating and gathering her mana earlier, the statue's mental assault had interrupted her. The incessant mental assault would make using any skills or spells here impossible. Everyone else nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's words. It might be fine if the mental assault was something ordinary, but the statue's mental assault threatened to knock them unconscious. Against such a powerful and persistent mental assault, even controlling their physical bodies would be a problem. Rather than waste time here, it would be much better if they went to one of the hotels in the city to practice their mana control. The training efficiency there would be several hundred times better than here. It is indeed difficult to train mana control here, but I didn't bring you all here for that. Instead, we're here to train our concentration. Shifeng explained. Concentration training. How is that possible? Stunned by Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose could not help eyeing him skeptically. At this moment, let alone Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the others were likewise dubious, suspecting that Shifeng was joking with them. In God's domain, it was common knowledge that raising the concentration attribute was much more difficult than raising the stamina attribute. Of course, while the difficulty of increasing one's concentration was high, the returns one could gain from improved concentration were also immense, far outstripping those from improved stamina. This was especially true for magical class players and expert players. The help they could gain from the concentration attribute was dozens of times greater than what they could gain from any other basic or hidden attribute. This was because concentration affected players' control over their physical bodies and mana, aside from being the resource necessary to execute combat techniques. However, even now, there were only two known methods to permanently improve one's concentration. The first was to raise one's tier, while the other was to raise one's life rating. Hence, any item that could provide a temporary boost to a player's concentration was incredibly valuable and sold for at least 10 times the price of similarly ranked items. The most inferior item that provided concentration would be at the dark gold rank. However, even at such a price, the various major powers would frantically contest for any of such items that appeared on the market. Now, however, Shifeng was telling them that it was possible to directly improve their concentration attribute. Their skepticism was only natural. Normally, raising the concentration attribute is indeed an incredibly difficult task. However, the statues here are extraordinary. The mental assault you're sensing is actually divine will. So long as you clash directly with this divine will, you'll be able to absorb a subtle amount of it, which, in turn, will improve your concentration slightly, Feng explained, chuckling. If I have to point out the most valuable features inside Lightforge City, then these statues will have to be one of them. However, the divine will of these statues can be considered a consumable. As players absorb it, the available volume will decrease. While these statues will recover their divine, over time, who knows how long it will take for them to recover. If we miss out on this opportunity, it's unlikely we'll come across another one like this in the future. So, that's why you had us spend all our contribution points on concentration recovery potions, Aqua Rose exclaimed in realization. If Violet Sword's people find out about this, they'll most likely send all their peak experts to train here, regardless of the cost. After all was said and done, although Zero Wing had signed a partnership contract with Violet Sword and now possessed 100 entry slots to the ancient secret land, Zero Wing did not have a base of operations inside Violet Light City. The resources Zero Wing could obtain from the ancient secret land definitely couldn't compare to what Violet Sword could get. Violet Sword would definitely be able to secure more contribution points in Lightforge City than Zero Wing could. If Violet Sword found out about the statue's secret, it would definitely send a large number of experts to absorb the divine will here, rapidly depleting it and leaving only scraps for Zero Wing's members. All right, everyone, start focusing your mind to resist the mental assault. The closer you approach these statues, the stronger the mental assault becomes. Meanwhile, the stronger the mental assault you resist, the greater the improvements you will gain. However, make sure not to be too greedy. If your consciousness leaves your body too many times, it will end up weakening the absorption rate. You might even fail to absorb any divine will. So, make sure to train at an appropriate distance, Feng said as he looked at the others. Upon hearing Feng's instructions, Aqua rose and the others sat down excitedly and started resisting the mental assault of the statue before them. Ordinary experts treated concentration as an attribute that determined the number of times they could use combat techniques. However, for players like themselves who had fully unlocked their mana bodies, the concentration attribute held an entirely different meaning. By improving their concentration, they could improve their mana control, which would, in turn, allow them to execute more complex actions using mana. With this, they could accomplish things that they previously couldn't. One of the simplest examples would be breaking through the mana body's 100% threshold. With their present concentration, their mana control was at their limit. However, if they wished to break through the 100% threshold, they needed to be capable of controlling even more mana. Now that an opportunity to break through the mana body's 100% threshold was right before them, they did not wish to waste even a second. However, after everyone attempted to resist the statue's mental assault, their original excited expressions disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Their complexions had similarly turned pale. The difference between enduring and resisting the mental assault is actually this large. Aqua Rose nearly collapsed on her back after her first attempt. She had expended roughly 5% of her concentration after resisting just one mental assault. Her consciousness had even momentarily left her body, making her lose all control over herself. The experience was extremely uncomfortable and completely different from when she was just passively enduring the mental assaults. At this moment, everyone, aside from Feng, promptly retreated from their original positions, not daring to continue resisting the mental assault at the 90-yard mark. However, even Feng did not fare much better than everyone else. Although he had managed to resist the mental assault, the amount of divine will he absorbed was far from ideal. Moreover, just a single attempt had cost him 1/40th of his concentration. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After resisting the mental assaults for another 2 minutes, Feng scarcely had any concentration remaining and had no choice but to consume a concentration recovery potion. With the boost provided by the potion, his concentration recovery rate just barely surpassed his consumption rate. After training like this for around an hour, Feng opened his eyes and looked at the nearest statue with a depressed expression. During this past hour or so, his concentration had indeed improved. However, the improvement was basically negligible. In fact, if not for him being at the domain realm and having an accurate grasp over his own body and mental state, he wouldn't have noticed this improvement at all. If he continued at this rate, his concentration would be nowhere near the Tier 4 standard even after using all his master concentration recovery potions and training for 20 hours here. At this rate, my concentration won't reach the Tier 4 standard even after the various superpowers peak experts have already started challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Feng could not help a bitter smile at this situation. It's no wonder hardly any expert players would rely on Divine Will to improve their concentration standard. However, just as Feng was about to focus his mind to resist the next mental assault, Violet Cloud, who sat behind him, suddenly stood up and walked up to the 80-yard mark, then took a seat there. Chapter 2645, Advanced Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 2645, Advanced Bronze Combat Technique. Upon seeing Violet Cloud resisting a mental assault at the 80-yard mark, Aqua rose, and the others goggled in shock. After all, there were no changes to Violet Cloud's expression. It was obvious that the 80-yard mental assault posed no problem for her. In fact, she could probably move even closer to the statue. She actually managed to improve her mental condensation by so much already. At this moment, even Feng was astonished when he looked at Violet Cloud. If players wished to absorb Divine Will quickly, they could rely on mental condensation, aside from items that aided in concentration recovery. The more condensed one's mental state was when clashing with the mental assault of a Divine Will, the greater one's absorption rate of Divine Will would become. Only there was no concrete technique to allow players to condense their mental state because a person's mental state was insubstantial. Players could only sense it and not touch it directly. The only thing players could do was focus their attention and resist distractions. At this moment, it was obvious that Violet Cloud had gained improvements in mental condensation, which strengthened her mental state significantly. As a result, she could resist a stronger mental assault. Otherwise, there was no way she could withstand the 80-yard mental assault so easily. Feng had long known that Violet Cloud was very talented. After all, in the past, she had relied on her own strength to reach Tier 6, when over 90% of the geniuses supported by the various superpowers had ended up getting stuck at Tier 5, never to cross the final threshold. One could easily imagine how frightening Violet Cloud's talent was for her to accomplish this impossible feat without any support. However, Violet Cloud's talents had still surpassed Feng's expectations, despite him knowing the girl's past. This was clearly everyone's first time executing mental condensation. Not even Feng had learned any techniques or methods to better execute mental condensation. However, after training for just a little over an hour, Violet Cloud had actually achieved a breakthrough already. Her talent was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud's sudden breakthrough spurred everyone's fighting spirit. They immediately took a few steps forward in order to test whether they could resist a stronger mental assault or not. In this situation, even Feng himself could not help advancing an additional 5 yards, seating himself 85 yards away from the statue before him. However, Feng instantly paled after resisting a mental assault at the 85-yard mark. His consciousness also turned blurry for quite some time. I advanced by just an additional 5 yards. Yet I'm actually losing nearly 10% of my concentration per hit. I also barely absorbed any Divine Will. Sure enough, mental condensation isn't something that can be improved on so easily. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at Violet Cloud, resisting the 80-yard mental assaults with ease. He had expected his mental state to have improved by quite a bit after experiencing so many mental assaults at the 90-yard mark. However, it seemed that it was merely wishful thinking. It seems I can only return and slowly accumulate concentration, Shi Feng thought, shaking his head, and stood up to return to his original location. As he got to his feet, the statue before him released another wave of mental pressure. This time, though, he did not try to resist it, just passively endured it. After enduring this mental assault, Shi Feng immediately felt his consciousness blur slightly. His control over his body also became slightly sluggish. Overall, though, he fared a lot better than with active resistance. Despite facing the same mental assault, there's such a huge difference between passively enduring and actively resisting. If the effects of actively resisting the mental assault were the same as the result I just experienced, I would most likely be able to move within 30 yards of the statue. Shi Feng could not help but sigh ruefully when he sensed the effects of passive endurance. When he reached his original position, another mental assault washed over him, nearly making him lose his footing. After experiencing this mental assault, though, he paused as a spark of inspiration flashed across his eyes. So that's the case. Why didn't I think of this before? Shi Feng clenched his fists as realization dawned upon him. He then turned to the nearby statue and thought, the reason why the effects of passively enduring the mental assaults are so subdued is simply that I gave up control over my body and allowed my mental state to go along with the divine during the brief instant of collision. However, when I actively resist the mental assault, I'm struggling against the divine will to retain control over my body. The concentration consumed in doing so is naturally much greater. With sufficiently high control over my own body, I should have a much easier time resisting the divine will. After thinking up to this point, Shi Feng immediately sat down and started testing his theory. Previously, he had been fully focused on using his mental state to resist the divine will's influence. Now he chose to spread his focus across his entire body instead, to prevent anything from influencing his control over it. In the next moment, another mental assault arrived. Although Shi Feng's complexion paled slightly, a smile formed on his face. Sure enough, Shi Feng grew excited when he sensed the amount of concentration he had just lost. Originally, he would lose around 1/40th of his maximum concentration when resisting a 90-yard mental assault. Now, however, he had lost only 1/50th of his concentration. Although the improvement was minor, he had at the very least taken the first step in the correct path of resisting the mental assaults, following which Shi Feng retreated further back and sat down just outside of the range of the statue's mental assaults. He then considered ways to further strengthen the control he had over his body, to spread his focus across his entire body as much as possible. Or to put it in another way, he tried to exert all his muscles in one direction. That way, he could achieve maximum control over his body. However, this was Shi Feng's first time doing such a thing. Even though he had already reached the domain realm and achieved precision control over his 5 senses and physical body, he had never tried exerting every muscle in his body in a single direction. When he actually tried doing so, he discovered what a challenge he had set up for himself. No matter how hard he tried, he succeeded with less than 10% of his muscles. Sure enough, it really is difficult. It would be great if I had a combat technique that could help adjust my muscles' direction of exertion. As Shi Feng tried exerting every one of his muscles in the same direction, he felt that this feat was even more difficult than executing a bronze combat technique. After all, a bronze combat technique utilized only a portion of his muscles. Moreover, the utilized muscles wouldn't move in the same direction either. That's it. Inspiration dawned upon him as his thoughts wandered in the direction of combat techniques. Since there's no such combat technique in existence, I can just create one. Even if I can't utilize every muscle in my body, it will still be good enough if I can utilize a greater portion. After thinking so, he started creating such a combat technique. Compared to advanced combat techniques, the combat technique Shurfeng was conceptualizing was much more difficult. However, with his extensive combat experience and ability to integrate advanced combat techniques into his every action, albeit just barely creating such a combat technique wasn't an impossible task. This was just like manipulating the mana inside a magic array. The proper manipulation of the mana of a magic array could boost the magic array's power beyond what it could normally display. Meanwhile, what he needed to do now was to treat a portion of his body as a magic array, and his muscles as the mana flowing through this magic array. 1 hour. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU 3 hours. 9 hours. After 10 hours of trial and error, Light-Forged City's stable space rippled. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Shurfeng's ears, its contents echoing in his mind. System, congratulations. You have created an advanced bronze combat technique. Please name your combat technique. Chapter 2646, Divine Change. Chapter 2646, Divine Change what? An advanced bronze combat technique. Shurfeng was stunned when he saw the system notification. The combat technique he had aimed to create this time was only meant to give him better control over his body, so that he could resist stronger mental assaults. In his opinion, it would be fortunate if such a combat technique could be deemed an advanced combat technique. However, it turned out he had miraculously created an advanced bronze combat technique. Moreover, he had never even heard of advanced bronze combat techniques. As far as he knew for combat techniques, what came after the bronze rank was the silver rank with nothing in between. Hence, he truly could not help his astonishment. Most importantly, this combat technique he had just created couldn't even be considered a complete product. After all, in its current state, this new combat technique merely allowed him to exert a portion of his muscles, nothing more. There were no follow-up moves to convert it into an offensive or defensive technique. At best, it was a semi-finished product. Is it because it is an unfinished technique that the system is unable to give an accurate evaluation? Hence, it is labeled an advanced bronze combat technique. While entertaining such thoughts, Shurfeng executed his newly created combat technique and punched at the empty air in front. And indeed, his new combat technique was truly frightening. Thanks to this new technique, just his punch alone destabilized the space before him. This result was notable since he was currently standing inside Light-Forged City, a city that had been strengthened by ancient gods. The space within the city should be extremely stable. Power that could originally destabilize space in the outside world wouldn't necessarily be capable of doing so inside Light-Forged City. In fact, even Tier 5 powerhouses shouldn't think of destabilizing the space here. Nevertheless, the punch he just executed had made the space before him ripple slightly. As a Tier 3 player, he definitely shouldn't be capable of exhibiting such power even with a bronze combat technique. At the very least, the bronze combat technique Lightning Flash he had learned couldn't do so. It seems this combat technique that exerts my muscles in a single direction has considerable potential. It is clearly only a semi-finished product, and I can exert only 15% of my entire body's muscles at most, yet I can already exhibit such power. If I can complete this technique and use it to exert all my muscles, its power would most likely rival gold combat techniques. When Shurfeng saw the system's evaluation, he immediately realized the possibility of creating a powerful combat technique. Currently, plenty of combat techniques have been found in God's domain already. However, combat techniques at the bronze rank and above were still incredibly rare. Learning these combat techniques was also incredibly difficult, even if players had a legacy tablet. If he could create a silver or gold combat technique and freely distribute it to the guild's core members to learn, then the standard of Zero Wings experts would rise to a whole new level. As Shifeng was lost in his thoughts, the system sent him another notification. System, please name your combat technique. If you do not name it, the system will automatically generate a name for it after 10 minutes. A name? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, "Since I created this combat technique for the purpose of training using Divine, let's call it Divine Change." After he named his new technique, he shifted his gaze toward the nearby statue. Currently, Violet Cloud had already advanced to the 60-yard mark. The others had similarly made significant improvements. For example, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Iluofe were now at the 75-yard mark. As for melee players like Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Yen Tianxing, although they fared slightly worse, they had reached the 80-yard mark. Their performance was much better than Shifeng's. Meanwhile, after Shifeng observed everyone for a while, Violet Cloud actually stood up from her spot and moved to the 50-yard mark. Her mental condensation's improvement speed was simply inhuman. It seems I have to give my new technique a try. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it should still improve my results by a large margin. Shifeng could not help a bitter smile when he saw Violet Cloud sit by the 50-yard mark. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, he didn't need to be the best at everything, but he definitely couldn't be the worst. Otherwise, it would simply be humiliating. Following which, Shifeng moved past the 100-yard mark and slowly walked toward the statue. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members seated before the statue noticed his arrival and could not help shifting their attention to him. The guild leader is finally prepared to raise his concentration. The sight of Shifeng entering the range of the divine Will's mental assaults piqued Aqua Rose's curiosity. Previously, Shifeng had moved beyond the 100-yard mark and sat quietly in a corner. This situation had confused her and everyone else. They simply could not understand what he was doing. Although they had obtained citizenship in Lightforge City and gained the qualifications to stay for however long they wanted in the city, the duration of the alchemy array they had to use prevented them from staying inside the ancient secret land for long periods. Hence, every second and minute spent inside Lightforge City was incredibly precious. However, Shifeng had actually wasted 10 whole hours doing nothing. I really can't figure out why the guild leader sat there for so long. He even wasted nearly an hour of the precious concentration recovery potion, Kola muttered as he gazed at Shifeng in confusion. Originally, their time in Lightforged City was already limited. Now that 10 hours had gone by, they had less than 2 days left. In addition, they had to take a small break once every 2 hours to relax their tense minds. To put it simply, they were pressed for time. Had Shifeng spent the past 10 hours improving his concentration standard with them, he would have most likely reached the 70 or 80-yard mark already. With the improvement speed at these locations several times better than that at the 90-yard mark, his concentration might even get upgraded to the Tier 4 standard by the time he ran out of Master Concentration Recovery Potions. While everyone was mulling over Shifeng's actions, Shifeng arrived at the 85-yard mark. However, he showed no intention of sitting down to train. Instead, he simply stood there quietly as he actively resisted the approaching mental assault. Pung! Upon coming into contact with Shifeng, the mental assault actually shattered. It shattered! How is this possible? Aqua Rose was stunned when she sensed the mental assault approaching Shifeng shatter. She turned to stare at Shifeng. Although they had their eyes shut previously in order to focus their minds while training, they could still clearly sense the mental assault with their minds. When the mental assault came into contact with Shifeng, it seemed to crash into an immovable wall and shatter. The ensuing ripple from the mental assault shattering was like a flame in darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. Guild leader, what did you do? You can actually shatter that mental assault? Kola asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. The mental assault was intangible. Just trying to actively resist, it was already a difficult task. As for shattering the mental assault, that was something none of them had ever considered doing. At this moment, everyone was staring at Shifeng in confusion. I didn't do anything special. I just tried retaliating against the mental assault. I never thought that it would shatter, Shifeng said, similarly puzzled by this situation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He had merely tried using divine change against the mental assault to test the technique's effects. He never imagined such a result. In the end, the mental assault did not affect him adversely in any way and simply disappeared like a passing breeze. Shifeng's answer, and the calm look on his face, rendered Aqua Rose speechless. This explanation was simply too abbreviated. What did he mean by just retaliating? Meanwhile, after Shifeng gave his explanation, he promptly stepped closer to the statue, his heart brimming with curiosity about how much progress he could make using divine change. Chapter 2647, Statues Forbidden Zone. Chapter 2647, Statues Forbidden Zone. With each step Shifeng took toward the majestic statue, before him, the mental assault coming from it intensified. However, he kept advancing without being affected in the slightest, as if the mental assault was non-existent. 80 yards, 70 yards, 60 yards. After just a short moment, Shifeng arrived at the 50-yard mark and stood beside Violet Cloud. At this moment, though, his expression turned slightly serious. It was obvious that the statue's mental assaults were starting to affect him. However, everyone also understood that this was not his limit. Is he a monster? He actually caught up to Violet so quickly. Moreover, he's not even at his limit yet. Luofe, who was seated nearby, stared at Shifeng in shock. Just what did he do during this period to improve so much? Players that had never attempted mental condensation before might not know how much improvement Shifeng just displayed. However, everyone present who had been continuously honing their mental condensation and resisting the statue's mental assaults for more than 10 hours now knew exactly how much Shifeng had improved. While Shifeng's shattering the mental assault at the 85-yard mark might seem very amazing, the mental assault weakened with distance. The 85-yard mental assault was incomparable to the 50-yard mental assault. In fact, Luofe had doubted that Shifeng could even resist the 50-yard mental assault. As for Violet Cloud, her talent was clear for all to see. Violet Cloud's talent was so great that Luofe found it to be mind-boggling. Hence, when she saw Shifeng's mental condensation standard and improvement speed losing out to Violet Cloud's, she did not find it surprising at all. Moreover, Violet Cloud was a magical class player, which gave her an advantage over melee players when it came to mental condensation. This point was clear from everyone's training results during this period. Therefore, it was very normal for Shifeng to be inferior to Violet Cloud. Now, however, Shifeng had actually surpassed Violet Cloud, shattering even the 50-yard mental assault. This situation was truly surprising. After all, Shifeng had been training his mental condensation outside the 100-yard mark. Trying to improve one's mental condensation at that distance was much more difficult. This was something they had tested for themselves during their break periods. However, even under such a situation, Shifeng had still managed to surpass Violet Cloud. The amount of talent he possessed was simply ludicrous. While Luofe was in a daze, Feng had arrived at the 30-yard mark, and upon retaliating against the mental assault here, he stumbled back one step, his complexion immediately turning pale. It seems it's going to be difficult to get any closer than this. The power of the mental assault here is already several times that of the 50-yard mental assault. It's no wonder so many people couldn't reach and cross the 30-yard mark in the past. When Feng tried retaliating against the 30-yard mental assault, he had instantly lost 1/15 of his maximum concentration. This was no longer a loss he could afford. In the past, the area within 30 yards of Divine, while statues had been considered a forbidden zone. According to rumors, anyone that managed to train within this zone would see a qualitative leap in their mental condensation standard. Although this improvement would not provide players with a substantial boost in combat power, it would hone their perception of mana to inhuman levels, as well as facilitate the formation of their magic domain when they reached Tier 4. It was even rumored that the improvement one received from training within the Forbidden Zone could provide significant help when challenging the Tier 5 promotion quest. Meanwhile, upon seeing Feng finally fail, Aqua rose, and the others could not help a sigh of relief. After all, if Feng were to get any closer to the statue, they would really start suspecting that they were severely lacking in talent. Although I can't train efficiently at the 30-yard mark, training at the 35-yard mark isn't a bad option either. With this, I shouldn't need more than 2 days to raise my concentration to the Tier 4 standard. Feng could not help but sigh when he looked at the Forbidden Zone before him. However, he wasn't too disappointed. In its current state, divine change was still incomplete. Originally, he thought that he would be fortunate if he could train at the 50-yard mark with the help of the combat technique. After all, he could exert only 15% of his body's muscles in the same direction. He still couldn't unify the strength of the remainder of his body. Hence, he was already quite satisfied with his current results. As for entering the Divine Will's Forbidden Zone, so long as he could perfect divine change, it should not be a problem at all. Following which, Feng returned to the 35-yard mark and started absorbing the divine will there, improving his concentration. As he continuously absorbed divine will and raised his maximum concentration, the number of players that got resurrected and entered Lightforge City also increased. When the many members of Violet Sword and Azure saw Feng and the others sitting in front of one of the statues on the city walls, they were bemused. I really don't know what those people from Zero Wing are doing. They're actually wasting time sitting before a statue. Do they not know that the piece outside has already shattered completely? Crimson Star could not help her puzzlement when she read the report her subordinate sent her regarding the activities of Zero Wing's members. Violet Sword's and Azure's members were all doing their best to improve their combat power in Lightforge City. Zero Wing's members, on the other hand, had wasted 2 whole days doing nothing. Aside from occasionally leaving their position to have a meal at Lightforge City's restaurants, they had spent all their time sitting before one of the statues erected on the city walls. Rather than coming here to train, Zero Wing's members looked as if they were on vacation. Zero Wing probably has its own considerations. After all, when it comes to peak experts, it is already superior to ordinary superpowers, Wildfighter said. Moreover, after the partnership this time, I heard that Azure plans to ally itself with Zero Wing. Afterward, Zero Wing will have a much smoother path ahead of it. Ally? So what if Azure allies with Zero Wing? Let alone Azure. Even some super guilds are failing to cope with the current situation. How can Azure possibly have the time to help Zero Wing? Crimson Star said disdainfully. In addition, peak experts are no longer as effective as they were before. The various powers have already researched plenty of war weapons. The usefulness of Tier 3 players is continuously diminishing. Nowadays, Zerg tactics rule the battlefield. Since guild towns and cities no longer enjoyed the protection of NPC soldiers, guilds had lost their greatest assurance. Players no longer had to fear overly powerful NPC soldiers and were free to cause trouble inside guild towns and cities. This was especially good news for powerful experts and developing powers with limited territory. In fact, according to Violet Sword's intelligence network, over 200 guild towns on the Western continent had switched owners since the activation of the Demon Gods Chaos Expansion Pack. And while the various superpowers still hadn't suffered any losses due to this expansion pack, that was mainly because of the large number of Tier 3 experts and peak experts they possessed. Zero Wing, however, was significantly inferior to the various superpowers in this regard. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, this isn't something we need to concern ourselves about. Instructor Tori has just sent news that some of the secretly developing superpowers have started stirring recently. So once we complete our training here, he wants us to station our trump card legion in the 2 guild cities closest to level 100 maps as insurance, Wildfighter said. I understand. Once our time here is up, I'll bring the men over, Crimson Star replied, nodding. Meanwhile, as Crimson Star and Wildfighter were conversing, Sure Feng, who was sitting quietly before one of the city wall statues, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, an invisible ripple spread out from his body, weakening the divine will's mental assault considerably. Success. Chapter 2648, Tier 4 Concentration. Chapter 2648, Tier 4 Concentration. When the strange ripple appeared from Sure Feng's body, Aqua rose, and the others present promptly noticed it. At the same time, they felt a mental pressure from Sure Feng that they had never felt before. Although this mental pressure was far weaker than what the divine will statues radiated, it was inherently the same. Guild leader, did you break through? Aqua Rose could not help asking as she looked at Sure Feng. Although she understood that Sure Feng had achieved a breakthrough, she still wanted confirmation. The difficulty of raising concentration was far greater than she had expected. Even now, she could sense that she was still far from a breakthrough. Even Violet Cloud, whose mental condensation standard was second only to Sure Feng's, had a long way to go, 30% or so, to reach the Tier 4 standard and its concomitant qualitative transformation. I've reached the Tier 4 standard already, Sure Feng said, nodding happily as he focused his mind on experiencing the changes brought about by having his concentration reach the Tier 4 standard. Tier 4. This was a realm that he was never able to reach in the past, no matter what he did. Even though only his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, for now, it was already more than enough to excite him. In God's domain, Tier 4 was a major turning point for players, a far more important one than when players went from Tier 2 to Tier 3. One could say that more than 99% of Tier 3 players would never be able to reach Tier 4. In order to reach Tier 4, aside from sufficiently high combat standards and equipment standards, one also needed a lot of luck and fortuitous opportunities. If a player lacked any of these factors, the difficulty of reaching Tier 4 would increase exponentially. Now, with Sure Feng's concentration at the Tier 4 standard, his chances of attaining Tier 4 in the future had just increased significantly. Guild leader, what does it feel like to have Tier 4 concentration? Is the difference large? Yan Tianxing asked, curious. Upon hearing Yan Tianxing's question, everyone turned to Sure Feng with inquisitive eyes. It's large. It's very large, Sure Feng answered after giving the matter some thought. You can say that I've already reached a completely different level. The improvement of the concentration attribute would provide a significant increase in a player's control over their physical body and mana. The concentration attribute reaching the Tier 4 standard would even bring about a qualitative transformation. Take the Holy Annihilation Mana technique, for example. If executing Light Shadow cost him 10 points of concentration previously, then now it required only 3 points. As for the concentration cost of executing bronze combat techniques, it had dropped even further. Now, he could basically use bronze combat techniques as if they were advanced combat techniques. In addition, even executing Tier 3 skills and spells at a 100% completion rate would probably no longer be difficult. Even breaking through the 100% threshold was entirely doable. Is the difference really that great? Aqua Rose could not help her incredulity, although I do not wish to say this. The difference is, indeed, like heaven and earth. Right now, in a situation where I have the same basic attributes, I'm certain my current self can defeat my previous self in less than 10 moves, Shifeng replied, chuckling when he saw the skeptical look Aqua Rose was giving him. Only after his concentration reached the Tier 4 standard did he truly understand how big the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was. It was no wonder the Tier 4 experts in the past could trounce a group of Tier 3 peak experts, with some Tier 4 experts even able to capture a guild town single-handedly. The reason for this wasn't the powerful basic attributes Tier 4 players had, but their control over their physical body and mana, which had reached a whole new realm. Even with the same physical body, Shifeng had now doubled his combat power, at the very least. Moreover, the cost of exertion had been drastically reduced. Now, even Zerg tactics were useless against him. In his current state, he could truly destroy an army of players all by himself. The improvement is that much. Yi Luofei was astonished by Shifeng's example. Before, their guild leader could already be considered invincible among Tier 3 existences. After all, he had overwhelmed the ancient Secret Lands Tier 4 region chiefs. Now, however, he was claiming that his Tier 4 concentration would let him defeat his previous self in less than 10 moves. At this point, she no longer dared imagine how powerful he currently was. Even actual Tier 4 players might not be a match for him. All right, we don't have much time left. Hurry up and continue absorbing the divine will. It'll be quite some time before you can enter here again, Shifeng said, chuckling as he looked at everyone's yearning expressions. The alchemy array they used lasted only 7 days and had a 10-day cooldown. Even if everyone gained the right to stay in Lightforge City for as long as they wanted, they would still have to leave the city for at least 3 days before they could enter again. In addition, whenever they entered the ancient secret land, they had to spend a lot of time traveling to Lightforged City. Overall, they didn't really have much time to train here. At Shifeng's reminder, everyone promptly resumed absorbing the Tier 4 divine, while the statue before them radiated. Although raising their concentration to the Tier 4 standard was incredibly difficult, just absorbing the divine would still bring about a quantitative improvement to their concentration. Hence, they naturally couldn't waste the remaining time they had left in Lightforged City. Right, Violet, how close are you to achieving a breakthrough? Shifeng asked as he turned to Violet Cloud, who was preparing to resume her training. Just a while ago, Violet Cloud had advanced to the 40-yard mark and was very close to reaching his training spot already. Hence, her absorption rate of divine was just slightly slower than his. I feel that I need to raise my concentration by another 20% or so before I hit the Tier 3 limit, Violet Cloud replied after sensing the current state of her concentration. Only 20%? That quick? Her answer stunned Shifeng. She was clearly still around 30% away from reaching the Tier 3 limit just now. He never thought that she could progress so rapidly. Taking out the 2 master concentration recovery potions he had left, he said, I still have 2 unused potions. Take them. You're giving them to me? But what about everyone else? Violet Cloud automatically hesitated when she saw the 2 potions in Shifeng's hand. The master concentration recovery potion was incredibly valuable. If she had to do quests and slowly accumulate the required contribution points to exchange for them, it would take ages before she would have enough points for one potion. If Sure Feng gave both of his remaining potions to her now, it would be unfair to everyone else. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You take them. You're the closest to achieving a breakthrough now. If your concentration can reach the Tier 4 standard, it'll be a great help to the guild. Aqua and the others will be happy to see that as well, Sure Feng assured her. Giving the potions to someone else might be fine if Violet Cloud's concentration was still a long way from reaching the Tier 4 standard. However, since she was only 20% short of reaching the Tier 3 limit, and her divine will absorption rate was only slightly inferior to his own, the 2 additional master concentration recovery potions might help her cross the threshold. Knowing this, he would naturally give both bottles to her. After all, so long as Violet Cloud's concentration reached the Tier 4 standard, Zero Wing would gain another true powerhouse. Guild leader, I definitely won't disappoint you and everyone else. I'll make sure my concentration reaches the Tier 4 standard by the time we leave Lightforge City, Violet Cloud said with determination as she accepted the 2 potions. She then returned to her training spot and focused fully on resisting the approaching mental assaults. As for Sure Feng, he made his way to a quiet corner and shifted his attention to his bag space. Now that my concentration has reached the Tier 4 standard, it should be enough to accept this legacy. Sure Feng's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked at the gigantic memory crystal sitting in his bag space. Chapter 2649, Astonishing Ancient Legacy. Chapter 2649, Astonishing Ancient Legacy, Lightforge City, Crimson Silver Hotel. As a hotel that catered to Lightforge City's nobles, the Crimson Silver Hotel was off-limits to ordinary players and NPCs. The cost of resting in this prestigious hotel was similarly far beyond that of ordinary hotels. Any normal room within the hotel cost 300 magic crystals or 10 contribution points to rent per day. Even Crimson Star and the others, who had become nobles of Lightforged City due to the Noble Authority token, were unwilling to rest here. At this moment, however, Sure Feng entered the hotel without hesitation, stunning the members of Violet Sword and Azure that saw him. Be it 300 magic crystals or 10 contribution points, neither was cheap. Paying such a high price just for some rest was an unnecessary extravagance. Renting a room in an ordinary hotel for the price of 30 magic crystals or 1 contribution point was more than enough. My lord, how may I be of service? A level 180 female attendant asked respectfully as she approached Sure Feng. I wish to rent a normal room here, Sure Feng said as he handed 300 magic crystals to the attendant. Very well, the female attendant said, after verifying the payment. She then took out a crystalline key and gave it to Sure Feng, saying, My lord, here is your room key. You may choose any of the empty rooms upstairs. After accepting the key, Sure Feng promptly made his way to the 2nd floor and entered one of the unoccupied rooms there. As soon as he entered the guest room, the mana density inside actually started rising rapidly. Just a short moment later, the ambient mana had more than doubled already. In addition, the mana here also gave him a soothing and calming feeling. Sure enough, the mana density here is much higher than in ordinary hotels. Sure Feng nodded in satisfaction when he sensed the room's environment. If he merely wanted some rest, he would have gone to an ordinary hotel. However, he didn't intend to rest, but to obtain the ancient legacy recorded inside the memory crystal. Hence, he could not afford to be careless. The noble hotel was much safer than the ordinary hotels in the city. This point was obvious just by looking at its attendants and guards. Every NPC here was at least a level 180 Tier 3 NPC. They were not existences current players could afford to provoke. In addition, The noble hotel was protected by a ridiculously strong fourfold defensive magic array. Under normal circumstances, even Tier 5 existences would pose no threat to this magic array, let alone Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences. Now that Shifeng no longer had to worry about external disruptions, he immediately took out the memory crystal from his bag and readied himself to read its contents. The memory crystal he obtained would remain in existence for only 2 natural days. He had already spent a lot of this time raising his concentration standard. Now, he had less than 3 hours left to read it. Now that my concentration has reached the Tier 4 standard, I should be able to read it, right? Shifeng could not help being nervous as he tapped his finger on the memory crystal. On this trip to the ancient secret land, his greatest harvest would definitely have to be the memory crystal. In fact, everything else he obtained from this trip couldn't even come close to half the value of this memory crystal. If he still couldn't read the information contained in it, then he really would die from heartache. In the next moment, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, warning! You have discovered a large memory crystal. According to your current concentration, if you read the recorded information completely, there is a very small chance you will enter a deep coma. Do you still wish to read the information? There's still a risk. Shifeng was stunned when he saw the system notification. Just what is in this thing? Although the Tier 4 standard was not the apex of God's domain, it was definitely above average. Even a king had to take Tier 4 existences seriously. Now, however, despite his concentration having reached the Tier 4 standard already, reading the recorded information still involved a bit of risk. This was simply unbelievable. Although there is a risk, I want to see what is recorded in this thing. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng chose to read the information in the memory crystal. Memory crystals that contained ancient legacies were incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, they could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. Previously, due to the very large chance of him falling into a deep coma, Shifeng did not dare read the recorded information. However, now that the risk had become very small, he naturally had to try. After all, he wouldn't get another opportunity like this again in the future. After he chose to read the contents of the memory crystal, the large crystal in his hand started rapidly gathering mana from its surroundings. It then released a dazzling glow that brightly illuminated the entire room. Afterward, a beam of white light shot out from the memory crystal and into Shifeng's forehead. For a time, Shifeng sensed countless images and texts being transferred into his brain. The amount of the information was simply astonishing. It felt as if he had just plunged into a sea of knowledge. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour. For the first half hour, Shifeng still felt fine after receiving the copious information. However, after the transfer process continued for 40 minutes, he felt a stinging in his head as if someone was using a needle to poke his brain. Meanwhile, as time passed, this stinging sensation only intensified. After 80 minutes into the transfer process, Shifeng felt as if his brain was about to explode. Right then, the beam the memory crystal released disappeared. Immediately afterward, the crystal shattered into countless fragments and vanished from the room. As for Shifeng, his body swayed slightly as his mind was in a mess. And when he opened his eyes, the world spun around him. How close! If the transfer process had continued for a few more minutes, I might have fainted. At this moment, Shifeng felt that the system had tricked him. Despite the warning stating that there was only a very small chance for him to fall into a deep coma, he was clearly very close to breaching the mental protection system, which would have forced him into a deep coma for a very long time. Then, he would definitely die of regret. However, after resting for a few minutes, Shifeng started feeling much better, the pain in his head having lessened significantly. Meanwhile, the information he had received also came into focus. This is a lie, right? A small, mobile fortress design? Stunned, Feng wondered if the system was playing a joke on him when he looked at the images and texts displayed before him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in God's domain, fortresses were much more valuable than towns. After all, aside from providing players with a place to rest, fortresses possessed far greater offensive and defensive capabilities than towns. They were shelters made for all kinds of warfare. Even a small fortress could easily fend off the assault of a large number of Tier 4 existences. Moreover, fortresses had much lower production costs and operation costs. Hence, they had been highly popular among the various powers in the past. During Feng's previous life, over 70% of the player shelters found in level 100+ maps were fortresses. However, the design currently displayed before him was a cut above even ordinary fortresses. In fact, even during his previous life, he had the fortune to witness such constructions only a few times. This construction was the mobile fortress. It was a fortress that could drive countless powers crazy. Chapter 2650, Small Mobile Fortress. Chapter 2650, Small Mobile Fortress. No wonder the recorded information is so massive. Thankfully, the information is only for a small mobile fortress. Had it been for a medium mobile fortress, even concentration at the peak of Tier 4 wouldn't have been sufficient to read it. Realization dawned upon Feng when he saw the details regarding the small mobile fortress design. On the surface, the difference between a normal fortress and a mobile fortress might not seem very large, with one stationary and the other mobile. However, the difference distinguishing them was far from just mobility. In the construction of a normal fortress, the construction materials had priority, while magic arrays were secondary. For a mobile fortress, it was the opposite. The magic arrays took priority, while materials were secondary. A mobile fortress could also be labeled a magic fortress. The two constructions were on entirely different levels of complexity. From what Feng could see, just the magic arrays required to construct the small mobile fortress numbered several thousand. Moreover, even the weakest of them was a basic master magic array. One could easily imagine how complex of a construction a mobile fortress was. If the design he received were for a medium mobile fortress, its complexity would be even more frightening, most likely boasting tens of thousands of magic arrays. Just thinking of this number gave him the shivers. However, when Feng took a closer look at the details of the small mobile fortress design, he did not know whether he should cry or laugh. A mobile fortress was something countless powers had yearned to obtain in his previous life. In fact, the superpowers had even been willing to exchange a main city for a mobile fortress. This was despite the exceptionally high difficulty of upgrading a guild city into a main city. A lot of time and effort were needed to obtain a main city. However, even when offered a main city, there had never been any power that was willing to part with their mobile fortress. After all, a mobile fortress was an aerial base. Even though a small mobile fortress's size wasn't comparable to that of a basic town, in a situation where flying mounts were incredibly rare and very few guild cities could get established in level 100+ maps, a mobile fortress was worth far more than 3 main cities. In the past, any power that possessed a mobile fortress had been a target of partnership for the various superpowers. Countless independent peak experts and top adventurer teams would also do whatever they could to gain the qualifications to enter a mobile fortress. Some first-rate guilds that were fortunate enough to obtain a mobile fortress had even instantly become pseudo-superpowers as a result. Moreover, none of the superpowers wished to offend them. Now, although Feng did not obtain an actual mobile fortress, he had the design to make one. Moreover, as an intermediate master magician, he could build a mobile fortress now, and instantly stabilized Zero Wing's position in God's domain. This was definitely a matter worth celebrating. However, after studying the design, Shifeng also discovered a headache. While he indeed possessed the mobile fortress design, as well as the necessary skills to construct it, the mobile fortress's material cost was stratospheric. Setting aside the various materials necessary for the several thousand magic arrays, just the materials for the basic structure of the mobile fortress were already more than enough to make any superpower in the current God's domain faint. 8 million magic crystals, 30,000 mana stones, 2 million pieces of mana ore. Although these were all generally available on the market, the amounts required were not something ordinary superpowers could afford. Not to mention, the construction of the small mobile fortress also needed various other valuable materials, such as magic metal. By Shifeng's rough estimates, completing the small mobile fortress would cost a minimum of 50 million gold. Let alone ordinary superpowers. Even veteran superguilds would need a long time to collect such an enormous sum of money. Ordinary superpowers would be fortunate to have a liquid fund of 3 or 4 million gold. Even 10 ordinary superpowers combined wouldn't be able to fork out 50 million gold unless they sold off their assets. However, doing so would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. Before they could even finish constructing the mobile fortress, they would have caused the collapse of their guilds already. Most importantly, coins weren't the main problem. After all, coins were the most basic form of currency in God's domain. However, it was a different story for magic crystals, mana stones, and mana Oregon. Aside from being hard currency, they were also essential items for players to get by, whether it was now or in the future. This fact would remain true. Hence, the difficulty of obtaining all these materials was much greater than the difficulty of accumulating 50 million gold. Since the minimum material cost alone is already 50 million gold, it's no wonder no powers were willing to sell their mobile fortresses, and would even refuse to accept main city-ranked guild cities. If it were up to me, I definitely wouldn't make such an exchange, either. Shifeng could not help a bitter smile when he saw the list of required materials. The value of a main city-ranked guild city indeed surpassed 50 million gold. However, 50 million gold was only the material cost of a small mobile fortress. Moreover, this was under ideal market conditions. Magic crystals, mana stones, and mana ore were in low supply and high demand in God's domain. Just collecting the necessary amount to construct a small mobile fortress would most definitely cause a shortage, which would, in turn, raise their prices. In the end, the material cost would definitely far exceed 50 million gold. In fact, 100 million gold might not even be enough to pay for all the necessary materials. After factoring in the time and labor costs, one would make a loss if they sold their mobile fortress for less than 200 million gold. With Zero Wing's current strength, obtaining the required magic crystals and mana stones shouldn't be a problem. It'll just take some time. However, gathering 2 million pieces of mana ore is a problem. With the Philosopher's Stone's help, he could easily convert magic crystals into mana stones. Overall, he needed just 5 million magic crystals, which shouldn't be a big problem for the current Zero Wing, as the guild was earning a large amount of magic crystals through the Starlight Fortress, Stone Forest City, and the Dark World's teleportation gate. However, it was a different story for mana Oregon. On the surface, mana ore was cheaper than magic crystals. Ordinary players normally wouldn't have any use for mana Oregon. Only the various powers would occasionally make use of it to construct buildings. However, the production of mana ore was also significantly lower than that of magic crystals because mana ore was an associated or with only a certain chance of appearing when harvesting ores containing dense mana. In addition, the various superpowers were treating mana ore as a strategic resource and would not sell it unless absolutely necessary. The difficulty of collecting 2 million pieces of mana ore was far greater than the difficulty of collecting 9. 5 million magic crystals. Although we currently have an alliance with the Azure Chamber of Commerce and can also source some from the Secret Pavilion, purchasing such a large amount of mana will definitely attract the attention of some superpowers. If these superpowers start interfering, it'll become even more difficult to collect mana Oregon. It seems I have to secure some grade 2 or grade 3 or veins. If he tried purchasing the uncommonly used mana or in bulk, just the price inflation alone would already present a problem. Currently, due to a sharp increase in member count, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had likewise increased substantially. He also needed funds to support the development of the guild's Night Legion, towns, cities, and airport. Now, let alone purchasing 2 million pieces of mana, or Zero Wing didn't even have the funds necessary to purchase 500,000 pieces. Then, when the guild's members started challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest, the guild would also have to invest a lot of funds and resources to assist them. Overall, Zero Wing was extremely short of funds right now. The only way he could secure a large amount of mana was to acquire a grade 3 or vein or better. That way, not only could he obtain a long-term supply of mana, but he also wouldn't have to worry about interference from the various superpowers. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, as Shifeng was pondering how to go about obtaining such an vein, he suddenly received a call request from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, something big happened to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Aqua Rose reported anxiously. Something big happened? What is it? Shifeng asked, curious. Due to the Demon Gods Chaos Expansion Pack, the entire Gods domain had fallen into turmoil, and guild wars were being waged daily. With how large the Purple Thorns Kingdom was, it would be strange if nothing happened there. The Purple Thorns Kingdom is no more. Chapter 2651, Kingdom Perishes. Chapter 2651, Kingdom Perishes. The Purple Thorns Kingdom is no more. How did it disappear? Shifeng was momentarily stunned when he heard Aqua Rose's report. Although there were over 100 kingdoms in God's domain, the strength these kingdoms possessed was no trivial matter. In the case of the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it was average among the various kingdoms in existence. Although it was smaller than Star Moon Kingdom, its national power was only slightly weaker than that of Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Shifeng found it hard to imagine that there would be anything capable of destroying a kingdom like the Purple Thorns Kingdom. In the past, kingdoms had started rising and perishing only when quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4 and were preparing to challenge their Tier 5 promotion quest. In the current God's domain, however, let alone preparing to challenge the Tier 5 promotion quest, there wasn't even a single Tier 4 player in existence. It was utterly impossible for players to destroy an entire kingdom, if not for Shifeng, knowing that Aqua Rose would not joke about such an important matter. He really would think that she was kidding him. We still don't know the exact details. All we know is that the entire Purple Thorns Kingdom has been isolated from the outside world. According to the players that managed to escape from the kingdom before its isolation, powerful monsters had suddenly appeared in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and these monsters were aggressively targeting players. At the same time, all NPCs at Tier 3 and above within the kingdom's NPC towns and cities had either disappeared or were placed in a strange state where they could not do combat. As a result, these newly appeared powerful monsters quickly overran the various NPC towns and cities. Moreover, any players killed by these monsters lose 10 levels and have their souls placed in an extremely weakened state, preventing them from logging into God's domain for 10 days. As for the corpses of these players, they are turned into either monsters themselves or food to strengthen these monsters. This incident has already shaken the entire Eastern continent. Every power is sending people to investigate this matter. The Black Dragon Empire and several kingdoms neighboring the Purple Thorns Kingdom have even dispatched their NPC armies to the Purple Thorns Kingdom's border to investigate. However, Until now, nobody has managed to obtain any information. On the contrary, the players sent to investigate ended up getting ambushed and killed by the monsters there. Aqua Rose was similarly shocked when she received the news. She never thought that an incident like this would actually happen in God's domain. It might be understandable if it were an NPC city that suffered destruction, but the annihilation of an entire kingdom was simply unimaginable. Moreover, even now, nobody knew what exactly had happened to the Purple Thorns kingdom. This situation made the players operating in the neighboring kingdoms and empires nervous, afraid that their country would become the next Purple Thorns kingdom. If that happened, then all the time and effort they'd spent establishing a foundation in their respective countries would be wasted. The various powers that had been developing in the Purple Thorns kingdom, in particular, were close to going crazy now. In order to develop in the Purple Thorns kingdom, the various powers had purchased large tracts of real estate there. They had even constructed numerous guild towns and cities. However, because of the Purple Thorns kingdom's fall, all of these investments were gone. Many guilds had even collapsed because of this incident. Just thinking of this matter made Aqua Rose shudder. Killed players are turned into either monsters or food that goes to improving the monsters. When Shurfeng heard Aqua Rose's statement, the name of one person came to mind. However, he soon shook his head in denial. Although Beast Emperor possesses the evil god's legacy, he shouldn't be capable of rendering so many powerful NPCs incapable of combat and even destroying the Purple Thorns kingdom. In the past, the evil god's temple had indeed caused many problems for the Eastern continent. However, by the time the evil god's temple had become a real threat, quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4. Moreover, the evil beasts of the evil god's temple required a lot of time to build up their strength. In fact, let alone the current evil god's temple. Even when the evil god's temple had been at its peak in the past, it couldn't destroy an entire kingdom so quickly. Guild leader. Because of this matter, the entire guild is in chaos. Many hidden powers are trying to take advantage of this situation. The players and powers that escaped from the Purple Thorns kingdom, in particular, are now waging war over the various resource spots in Starmoon Kingdom. The entire Starmoon Kingdom is in a mess, Aqua Rose said in frustration. Moreover, many of Starmoon Kingdom's players have started migrating to other kingdoms and empires, which has led to a drop in the player populations of the kingdom's cities. The kingdom's economy is now plummeting. I understand. Have fire, and the others get ready. We'll return to Starmoon Kingdom immediately, Shurfeng said, nodding. Originally, he had planned to partner with Azure to visit the neutral sea zone off the Silvermoon Empire and see if they could occupy one of the islands there. If he had a guild town in that neutral sea zone, it would serve as a foundation for Zero Wing to develop its naval strength on the Western continent. At this point, the accessible resource spots on the main continent were mostly occupied already. There were barely any resource spots left for Zero Wing to claim. To develop on the Western continent, Zero Wing would have to occupy a level 100+ neutral map or develop out at sea. However, establishing a foothold in a level 100+ neutral map was easier said than done. Not even the local superpowers could pull it off. Hence, Shurfeng had decided to let Zero Wing develop in the Western continent's neutral sea zones. Given the current situation, however, it would seem that his plan was no longer viable. What about Violet? Her concentration should be close to reaching the Tier 4 standard already. If we leave now, Aqua Rose had to ask, let her stay here and continue training. The rest of us will head back first. Shurfeng decided. Moreover, we also need a powerful expert to safeguard our territories here on the Western continent. I understand. I'll contact Fire and the others now and have them get ready, Aqua Rose said before disconnecting the call and gathering the other members of Zero Wing. As for Shifeng, he did not idle around but contacted Duan Han right away. Guild leader Black Flame, seeing as you're contacting me so suddenly at this time, you've probably received news about the Purple Thorns Kingdom as well and wish to have Azure help you return to the Eastern Continent, right? Duan Han said, smiling as he caressed his beard. Elder Han really is amazing. That's right. We plan to return to the Eastern Continent. However, trying to send back 100 players is a little difficult for us, so we'll need your chamber's help, Shifeng said, nodding. Of course, we will pay the fees according to market price. Currently, the interactions between the two main continents were growing. Some superpowers capable of intercontinental travel had even started offering teleportation services. Ordinary powers still lacked the qualifications to utilize these services. However, now that Zero Wing and Azure were allies, Azure naturally wouldn't refuse to teleport Zero Wing's members back to the Eastern Continent. Guild leader Black Flame, you're being too polite. Our two guilds have just become allies, so let's just set the fee aside, Duan Han said, waving his hand. We only hope that we can send some of our guild's young talents to interact and train at your guild. May I know if Guild leader Black Flame can do us this favor? Of course, that won't be a problem. Only by interacting with each other can we improve more quickly. This is a good thing for both of us. How can I possibly refuse? Shifeng replied, slightly surprised by Duan Hanshan's proposal. He never thought that the Azure Chamber of Commerce would consider such an action. This offer was good news for Shifeng. After all, he was basically getting free labor. Moreover, he could tell that Azure was expressing its goodwill to Zero Wing. He naturally wouldn't reject such an offer. In that case, thank you, Guild leader Black Flame, Duan Han said. Afterward, all you need to do is head to Purple Light City with your team, Solitary Frost, and the others will bring you all to the teleportation point. All right. Shifeng nodded before disconnecting the call. He then left the guest room he rented and made his way to Lightforged City's teleportation plaza. After Zero Wing's members gathered at the teleportation plaza, they promptly left the ancient secret land. Solitary Frost's team of 40 then led Zero Wing's members toward a teleportation point leading to the Eastern Continent. Guild leader Black Flame. Given the number of people this time, we can only make use of this random teleportation array. When it activates, everyone will be teleported to a random location on the Eastern Continent. So, we'll have to travel to Starmoon Kingdom independently, Solitary Frost said, as he pointed at the ancient ruin before them. That won't be a problem, Shifeng said, nodding. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, EU of the teleportation arrays that allowed intercontinental travel. The ones capable of teleporting a large number of players generally did not have fixed destinations. Although this feature was somewhat troublesome, this trouble was nothing compared to the benefits one could gain from intercontinental travel. Seeing that Shifeng had no objections, Solitary Frost took out a key and activated the ruin's teleportation array. Immediately, a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle, rapidly depleting the ambient mana. Quick, this teleportation passage stays open for only 15 seconds. Once it disappears, we can reactivate it only after 10 days. Solitary Frost said hurriedly. After Solitary Frost's warning, Shifeng and the others promptly jumped into the black hole and disappeared from the ancient ruin. Chapter 2652, Eastern Continent. Chapter 2652, Eastern Continent, God's Domain, Eastern Continent. In a vast desert, a black hole with a 6-meter radius suddenly appeared. All mana within a 50-yard radius promptly surged toward it as if summoned. In the blink of an eye, the area around the black hole became a manaless area that players could not survive in. At the same time as this manaless area formed, a figure emerged from the black hole and landed on the sandy ground. Although the vicinity was devoid of mana, the body of this figure was actually wrapped in a dense layer of mana and remained utterly unaffected by the harsh environment. "I'm finally out." Shifeng stared in disgust at the gradually dissipating black hole. That ancient ruins random teleportation array is simply a scam. Other random teleportation arrays teleport players directly to their destination, yet this one actually makes players go through a spatial maze first. If I couldn't fly, I would have most likely been stuck inside that spatial maze for about 5 or 6 hours. He had used random teleportation arrays in God's domain before, but this was definitely the first time he had come across such a bizarre random teleportation array. Entering the black hole on the western continent transported him into a gigantic spatial maze, and he had to search for the exit himself. However, that still wasn't the worst part. What was worse were the many void creatures inside the maze. Fortunately, these void creatures were only around level 120, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord standard only. Moreover, he possessed Gale Domain, which granted him the ability to fly, so he was able to easily shake off the monsters chasing after him and search for the exit quickly. After inwardly grumbling a little, Shifeng took out a return scroll for White River City. He wanted to take a look at White River City's condition immediately. However, when Shifeng unfurled the return scroll and started activating it, the sound of a system notification immediately entered his ears. "System, a strange energy is sealing this area. All forms of teleportation cannot be used here." "I can't teleport here." Shifeng frowned upon seeing this notification. Was I unlucky and got teleported to a forbidden land? In God's domain, aside from some special locations, forbidden lands were the only places that prohibited the use of return scrolls. Meanwhile, the chances of a random teleportation array sending players into special locations were 0, because such locations had to be entered using specific methods. As for forbidden lands, they only prevented players from teleporting out of them and not into them. "It seems I have no choice but to fly out of this place." Having no better option, Shifeng stored his return scroll and took out the Thunder Eagle summoning flute. However, a second after he tried to summon the Thunder Eagle, he was dumbfounded once more. "System, a strange energy is sealing this area. Flying mounts cannot be used." "What is this place?" "It actually prohibits the use of flying mounts." Shifeng was truly stunned when he saw this system notification. As far as he remembered, forbidden lands generally did not prohibit the use of flying mounts. Those that did were usually level 150 plus forbidden lands. Even with his current self, he would not dare set foot into such high-level forbidden lands. The main reason for this wasn't him lacking levels, but the possibility of Tier 5 world bosses spawning in level 150 plus forbidden lands. Against a Tier 5 world boss, even a player of his caliber would be no different from an ant. While Shifeng was grappling with this headache, a weak ripple of mana came from far away. He turned reflexively to look at its source, but the only thing he could make out was a bunch of ant-like figures fighting in the distance. By his estimates, those figures should be more than 1,500 yards away. What's going on? Shifeng was stupefied by this situation. For Tier 3 players, 1,500 yards was already the very limit of their visual range at such a great distance. Unless the other side was using large-scale destruction spells influencing a radius of several hundred yards, he shouldn't be able to sense any mana fluctuations from his position. However, such spells were definitely beyond the capabilities of Tier 3 magical class players. And from what he could see, the figures in question weren't using spells of such scale and power either. Is this an effect of having Tier 4 concentration? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng could think of only this explanation for this situation. This discovery astonished him. No wonder I was never able to escape Tier 4 players once I got discovered. A perception range of 1,500 yards. This perception range was already on superhuman levels. The perception range Tier 3 players possessed couldn't even come close. Previously, no magical battles had taken place in his vicinity after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he had been in a mana-rich environment, so he didn't sense any particular changes to his perception of mana. However, now that he had arrived in a place with very thin mana, he became extraordinarily sensitive to the changes in mana. Nonetheless, Shi Feng did not dwell on the matter. With quick steps, he made his way toward the origin of the mana fluctuations, since he could sense that the cause of these mana fluctuations were players. With the system map inaccessible, he couldn't tell where he was right now. Hence, collecting information about his current location was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he could return to Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, players were undoubtedly the best source of information. A short moment later, Shi Feng arrived on a sand dune roughly 400 yards from the battlefield. Standing on the sand dune, he had an unobstructed view of the entire battlefield. Sure enough, they're players. Currently, a 200-man team of players was fighting several dozen strange monsters while protecting a dozen or so carriages and a group of NPCs. Faux Saint Saboteur, elemental creature, Great Lord, level 1, 12 HP, 120 000 000 /120 000 000. Faux Saint Destroyer, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 1, 14 HP, 450 000 000 /450 000 000. The bodies of these strange monsters were pure white, looking like white statues. Every one of these monsters brandished weapons and wore armor. Although they weren't very high-leveled, every one of them was using spells in combat. Moreover, they also possessed very high combat standards, with even the weakest among them at the 5th floor trial tower standard. As for the players fighting these monsters, they were all at level 110 or above. Although these players were coping against these monsters, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. If not for the team's 8 Tier 3 experts holding off the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the team would have long since suffered annihilation. Vice Commander Wind, we can't continue like this. 2 destroyers are already far beyond our capability. The male Tier 3 shield warrior tanking one of the Faux Saint Destroyers said as he turned to look at the female Tier 3 swordsman tackling the other Faux Saint Destroyer. The female swordsman in question was clad in crimson armor and wielded 2 swords. By relying on her profound footwork, she managed to evade the Faux Saint Destroyer's spells one after another. Occasionally, she also landed an attack on the Grand Lord and dealt some damage. From her performance, it was clear that she was at the Flowing Water Realm standard. After putting some distance between herself and the Faux Saint Destroyer before her, the female swordsman replied, "I know. I've already contacted the commander for reinforcements, but the commander's team is still some distance away. They'll need around 2 hours to reach us." 2 hours? We won't last that long. The Tier 3 shield warrior exclaimed, exasperated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU currently, although they were pinning down the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the rest of the team had their hands full with the Faux Saint Saboteurs. Overall, their entire team was barely doing any damage to these monsters. Meanwhile, at the rate they were expending stamina, they wouldn't last more than an hour against these monsters. In regard to this situation, the female swordsman also could not help feeling frustrated. If it were possible, she would have given the command to escape. However, these Faux Saint monsters possessed an incredibly wide perception range. So long as players came across them, it was basically impossible to escape them. And even if they disregarded this fact and tried to flee, they would simply be making things worse. After all, this entire desert that they were enteemed with faux saint monsters. It was very easy for them to attract the attention of more faux saint monsters and put themselves in a worse situation. Just as everyone in the team was despairing, a voice suddenly entered their ears. I'll lure these two grand lords away. The rest of you focus on getting rid of the great lords. Chapter 2653, Repelling Faux Saints. Chapter 2653, Repelling Faux Saints. Upon hearing this voice, the merchant fleet's 200 players promptly turned to look toward its origin. What entered their sight was a cloaked swordsman carrying two long swords, who was rapidly closing in on their position, his speed surpassing even that of Tier 3 assassins. So fast. Solid Wind, the female swordsman, was surprised when she saw this swift figure. She never thought that they would actually come across other expert players in this desert. However, before anyone could react to this situation, this swordsman had already arrived before one of the two faux saint destroyers. Upon noticing Shifeng appearing before it, the destroyer promptly raised its greatsword and smashed down at him. The descending greatsword split into 3 sword lights that struck at Shifeng from different directions, each of the sword lights leaving a spatial tear in its wake. Be careful! You mustn't receive this move, no matter what. Solid Wind warned hurriedly when she saw the descending sword lights. The faux saint destroyer was ostensibly a grand lord, but the skills and spells it used could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, its assault was generally relentless. Once it started attacking, it would continue chaining attacks one after another. So long as players revealed a hole in their defense, the faux saint destroyer would use its strongest move to target said weakness. Meanwhile, the faux saint destroyer's strongest attack was something even Tier 3 peak experts had difficulty dodging. A hit from this move would instantly kill even a Tier 3 metric tons. However, when Shifeng went up against the faux saint destroyer's attack, he actually showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he unsheathed the pitch-black longsword hanging at his waist and took the initiative to meet the attack. Did he not hear Vice Commander Solid Wind's warning? The Tier 3 shield warrior, who was tanking the other faux saint destroyer, was startled when he saw Shifeng's actions. In regard to this situation, the other Tier 3 experts on the team also could not help shaking their heads and sighing. Even their commander, who was their adventurer team's strongest expert, would not dare receive this move directly, choosing to dodge it instead before launching a counterattack. After all, so long as one clashed with this move, holes would inevitably appear in one's defense. If that happened, even 2 or 3 healers would not be enough to keep one alive. Although everyone present wished to help Shifeng, the faux saint destroyer's attack was simply too fast. Nobody would make it in time. Damn it! Solid Wind gnashed her teeth when she saw this scene. They had just gained the help of a Tier 3 expert. While having an extra Tier 3 expert might not change the overall situation, it would increase the team's combat power and let them survive longer. With the swordsman's help, they might even be able to hold out until their commander's team arrived. Now, however, boom! The loud clash of metal against metal thundered. At the same time, a frightening shockwave swept into the surroundings, creating a miniature sandstorm around its epicenter. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, they did not see the swordsman's figure flying out of the sandstorm. Instead, the situation inside the sandstorm became strangely calm after the initial collision. When the sand settled, what entered everyone's eyes was the scene of Shifeng standing there quietly, his pitch-black longsword pushing against the faux saint destroyer's silvery white greatsword. At this moment, not only was Shifeng unharmed, but he was still in his original position. He blocked it. How is that possible? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Shifeng unscathed and in place. The move the faux saint destroyer just used carried power at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 metric tons would stumble several steps backward when receiving this attack with their shield. However, far from making Shi Feng stumble, the faux Saint Destroyer's greatsword actually failed to budge his longsword by even an inch. It was as if the destroyer's greatsword had just smashed into an impenetrable wall. The most frightening thing about all of this was that Shi Feng had used only one hand to stop the faux Saint Destroyer's attack. How high is his strength? After seeing this astonishing scene, Solid Wind paid closer attention to Shi Feng. Even her commander, who was fully geared in top-tier dark gold equipment and wielded an epic weapon, would not dare receive a faux Saint Destroyer's attack directly. Yet Shi Feng blocked the attack so casually. This was simply unbelievable. However, before anyone could react to the situation, Shi Feng swung the abyssal blade once more and sent a perfect crescent cutting at the faux Saint Destroyer before him. Failing to defend itself in time, the destroyer took the hit and stumbled 5 steps back. At the same time, a damage exceeding -300,000 appeared above its head. The damage from Shi Feng's attack was more than 5 times higher than what Solid Wind and the others managed to cause. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng sent a crescent arc flying at the other faux Saint Destroyer. This time, though, the targeted destroyer reacted in time, interposing its greatsword. Pung! The instant the crescent arc came into contact with the greatsword, the impact lifted the targeted faux Saint Destroyer slightly off the ground and sent it flying 5 yards back. By the time the faux Saint Destroyer managed to stabilize its body, silence filled the entire battlefield as the 200 players guarding the merchant fleet gaped in shock at the scene that had just taken place. Strong. Shi Feng was simply too strong. The 2 faux Saint Destroyers alone were more than capable of annihilating their 200-man team, yet Shi Feng had suppressed both of them with just 2 casual moves. He was absolutely inhuman. Leave these 2 faux Saint Destroyers to me. The rest of you quickly take care of those saboteurs. Shi Feng shouted when he saw that everyone was staring at him in a daze. Got it. Upon hearing Shi Feng's reminder, everyone promptly snapped out of their daze and resumed fighting the faux Saint saboteurs without hesitation. In less than an hour, because of Shi Feng pinning down the 2 faux Saint Destroyers, the team was able to finish off 70% of the faux Saint saboteurs present. After seeing that the tide of the battle was turning against them, the 2 faux Saint Destroyers actually quit the field without hesitation. As for the surviving faux Saint saboteurs, they similarly scattered and fled as well. They're escaping? What are these monsters? Shi Feng was surprised to see the faux Saint monsters fleeing. He had seen monsters abandon fights before. However, those monsters would generally turn tail only when their HPs had fallen to a critical level. On the other hand, the faux Saint monsters that fled still had most of their HP. The 2 faux Saint Destroyers, in particular, were basically still at full HP. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, we don't know what exactly these faux Saint monsters are. We only know that they came from Star Moon Kingdom's side. Moreover, every one of them possesses extremely high intellect. So long as they see that they have no chance of winning, they will scatter and flee immediately. This is especially true for those faux Saint Destroyers. Even now, we haven't heard of any team killing one. Solid Wind explained when she saw the confusion on Shi Feng's face. They came from Star Moon Kingdom? Solid Wind's words surprised Shi Feng. Curious, he asked, Vice Commander Wind, could we be very close to Star Moon Kingdom? As far as he knew, there were no maps close to Star Moon Kingdom that prohibited the use of teleportation, flying mounts, and the system map. MHM. Once we cross this desert area, which is in the Orc Empire, we'll arrive at Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border, Solid Wind said, as she eyed Shi Feng strangely. After all, this information was common knowledge already. The Orc Empire? Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border? Feng grew even more confused at Solid Wind's words. Wasn't it the Purple Thorn's kingdom that has fallen? Chapter 2654, Obsolete Zero Wing? Chapter 2654, Obsolete Zero Wing? Upon hearing Feng's question, Solid Wind and the others gave him strange looks. Am I mistaken about something? Feng asked, puzzled by their reactions. The information Aqua Rose reported couldn't be false. Moreover, Duan Hanshan had also mentioned the matter of the Purple Thorn's kingdom falling. Even if Aqua Rose received the wrong information, there was no way a super guild like the Azure Chamber of Commerce would as well. You're not wrong, Solid Wind said, shaking her head. It's just that the fall of the Purple Thorn's kingdom happened 9 days ago. 9 days ago? Feng was stunned by Solid Wind's words. For a moment, he wondered if she was trying to trick him. According to the information Zero Wing received, the Purple Thorn's kingdom had fallen only a day ago. Even if there was an error in the information, the time gap shouldn't be this large. The Purple Thorn's kingdom indeed fell 9 days ago. The incident shook the entire God's domain back then. The players and powers based in the kingdom were truly miserable, the Tier 3 shield warrior standing beside Solid Wind said, nodding. After that incident, many of the Purple Thorn's kingdom's players and powers banded together to plunder the resources of the neighboring kingdoms. The situation was so severe that 2 wars involving millions of players were waged. Many guilds collapsed as a result, 2 of them even second-rate guilds. The various major powers based in the neighboring kingdoms panicked. That's right. And 3 days ago, a horde of monsters emerged from the Purple Thorn's kingdom and invaded Starmoon Kingdom. Fortunately, Starmoon Kingdom did not face the predicament the Purple Thorn's kingdom had. All its Tier 3 NPCs and above remained in a combat-able state. Even so, in just half a day, nearly half of Starmoon Kingdom's territory was lost and became the nests of these faux saint monsters, Solid Wind explained when she saw the skepticism on Feng's face. Even after hearing Solid Wind's sincere explanation, Feng remained unconvinced. However, there was simply no reason for Solid Wind to lie to a stranger like him. Moreover, everyone's expression appeared natural. It did not seem as if they were faking anything. If these people were acting, then he really would have to tip his hat off to their strength. After all, unless one was at the Void Realm standard, avoiding the perception of a domain realm expert like himself would be very difficult. Only after reaching the Void Realm standard would people be able to control the minute actions their bodies made when lying. If Solid Wind and the others were truly lying, this meant that the entire 200-man team consisted of peak experts. Not even the 5 great super guilds had so many peak experts under their command. What is going on here? Feng could not make heads or tails of this matter. I spent, at most, 7 or 8 hours inside the spatial maze. How did I unknowingly waste 9 days? As soon as he received word of the Purple Thorn's kingdom's fall, he had hurried back to the eastern continent without hesitation. He didn't even log off midway. He also couldn't have fallen asleep during the journey and slept 9 whole days away. After all, he had remained fully conscious during his entire journey. 7 or 8 hours becoming 9 days. Feng suddenly thought of a possibility, and his complexion darkened at this thought. Did I enter a space with chaotic time? Normally, one would experience 48 hours a day in God's domain. However, in certain special locations, time would flow much more quickly, and staying just half a day there would mean an entire month going by in the outside world. Moreover, during this entire month, players should not be interrupted lest they enter a coma and regain consciousness only after a long time. Fortunately, such cases rarely occurred in God's domain. In the past, Feng had only ever heard rumors of such situations happening. He never thought that he would experience it himself. In fact, There was a possibility that Aqua Rose and the others had been put into a similar situation as well. Right, Vice Commander Wind, do you know how Star Moon Kingdom's various powers are faring against the faux saint monsters? Shi Feng asked after recollecting himself. What was done was done. The time he lost was already gone, and there was no way he could get it back. Fortunately, Star Moon Kingdom had only partially fallen. With Zero Wing's status as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild and the support of Stone Forest City, Zero Wing shouldn't face too many problems. After all, aside from Zero Wing's main force members that had gone over to the Western continent, there were still Melancholic Smile, Yulan, and the others to manage things in Star Moon Kingdom. As he currently couldn't make contact with the outside world, the only thing he could do was collect as much information as possible regarding Star Moon Kingdom. The situation isn't optimistic, Solid Wind replied. Originally, these faux saint monsters already had a huge impact on Star Moon Kingdom. However, for some reason, the main force members of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, actually refused to show themselves despite such a major incident occurring. Fortunately, some of Zero Wing's partners operating in Stone Forest City came to help fight these faux saint monsters, allowing Zero Wing to stabilize the situation in Star Moon Kingdom, albeit just barely. However, due to Zero Wing's passivity, a power called Saint's Hand took the opportunity to rise up in Star Moon Kingdom. Not only did Saint's Hand rapidly establish itself in the many resource spots overrun by the faux saint monsters, but they also established plenty of guild towns. It even managed to occupy a fortress in the Orc Empire. To put it simply, Saint's Hand has created a large safe zone where players can safely develop. At the same time, Saint's Hand is also rapidly devouring the territories of Star Moon Kingdom's second- and third-rate guilds, provoking wars all over the kingdom. Moreover, the various superpowers and even the Blackwater Guild seem to be terrified of Saint's Hand. Recently, Saint's Hand even captured one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Saint's Hand's influence in Star Moon Kingdom now exceeds Zero Wing's. I'm afraid it won't be long before Saint's Hand takes action against Zero Wing. At that time, the entire Star Moon Kingdom will be engulfed in the fires of war. After Solid Wind fell silent, everyone present could not help sighing dejectedly. They were all players of Star Moon Kingdom. They had been developing there ever since they entered God's domain. Despite the faux saint monsters threatening Star Moon Kingdom's continued existence, not only did the kingdom's various powers not band together to face this threat, but they had even started fighting each other with even greater ferocity. As things stood, how was Star Moon Kingdom supposed to fend off the faux saint monsters, which were growing increasingly stronger with each passing day? The current faux saint monsters were far stronger than those that first appeared in Star Moon Kingdom. Initially, the faux saint monsters were merely level 100 lords, let alone tier 3 players. Even a party of tier 2 experts could easily slay them. Now, however, the faux saint monsters had grown to the point where even the weakest among them was a great lord. Everyone estimated that it wouldn't be long before mythic-ranked faux saint monsters started appearing. At that point, Star Moon Kingdom would surely be doomed. Saint's Hand. This is interesting. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, despite going through his memories of his past life, Shi Feng could not recall any power named Saint's Hand. However, seeing as Saint's Hand had managed to rise up in Star Moon Kingdom so quickly after the Purple Thorns Kingdom's fall, create a safe zone, and even capture a fortress in the Orc Empire, it was obvious that the guild possessed an extraordinary foundation. Friend, we are escorting this merchant fleet to Silverwing Town. How about coming with us? Currently, Silverwing Town has a tier 4 personal guard and many powerful combat puppets. It can be considered one of the few safe areas in the Orc Empire, as well as the Orc Empire's trade hub. Our commander is quite influential in Silverwing Town. If you wish to learn some more information about the situation, you should have an easier time doing so there, the Tier 3 Shield Warrior suggested as he looked at Shifeng. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, then, Shifeng said, and thanked the Shield Warrior for the invitation. Currently, he didn't even know where exactly he was. He also didn't know the way back to Starmoon Kingdom. It would naturally be great if he could return to Silverwing Town. When the Shield Warrior heard Shifeng agree to his suggestion, he breathed out a sigh of relief. He then asked curiously, "Right, how should we address you, friend?" Chapter 2655, Birth of a Mythic. Chapter 2655, Birth of a Mythic. Upon hearing the Tier 3 Shield Warrior's words, Solid Wind turned to Shifeng with an embarrassed expression. Previously, she had been focused on fighting, so she had forgotten to ask for Shifeng's name. In fact, she had even forgotten to thank Shifeng for his help. Fortunately, the Shield Warrior, Crazed Bull, had taken the initiative to ask. Otherwise, their adventurer team would appear very ungrateful. Black Flame, Shifeng replied calmly. Black Flame? Crazed Bull laughed involuntarily when he heard Shifeng's name. Friend, your name is too amazing. Most likely, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom would dare show disrespect to this name. The rest of the team nodded in agreement with Crazed Bull's words. At this point in time, there was nobody unaware of the name of Zero Wings guild leader, let alone the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild operating in Starmoon Kingdom. Even the various superpowers had to show respect to Zero Wing now. All the players in Starmoon Kingdom knew of Black Flame's existence. However, no matter how they looked at Shifeng's cloaked figure, he didn't match the legendary Black Flame they knew of. They also didn't think that the guild leader of Zero Wing would come to this godforsaken place that was infested with faux saint monsters. All right, it's just a form of address. Since he doesn't want to reveal his name, there's no need for us to pry into the matter. Solid Wind whispered through the team chat when she saw her teammates poking fun at Shifeng. At Solid Wind's admonishment, everyone promptly nodded and dropped the topic. After all, it was all thanks to Shifeng that they survived. Since Shifeng wished to conceal his identity, they naturally wouldn't try to delve into the matter. We still haven't thanked you for your help just now, Brother Black Flame. In the future, if you come across any trouble in the Orc Empire or Starmoon Kingdom, please feel free to seek us out. Our blood-packed adventurer team might not be comparable to large guilds, but we are more than capable of settling small problems, Solid Wind said in gratitude as she approached Shifeng. That's right. We might not be some famous top adventurer team, but we are still one of the top 20 adventurer teams operating in the Orc Empire. If you come across some wandering dark players, so long as you mention the name Blood Pact, those dark players will generally show some respect and take a step back, Crazed Bull said confidently. All right, Shifeng said, nodding. At the same time, a bitter smile formed beneath the hood of his cloak when he saw that Solid Wind and her team did not believe him. Let's get back on the carriages and continue on our way. Once night arrives, not only will those faux saint monsters grow more active, but Saint's Hands members will also ambush the players operating around Silverwing Town. With the little manpower we have, we definitely won't be able to defend all the merchandise, Solid Wind said, as she pointed at the nearby merchant fleet. Everyone then boarded the carriages of the merchant fleet, not daring to waste any more time in this place. Vice Commander Wind, since the faux saint monsters are more active at night, aren't Saint's Hands members afraid of getting assaulted by them? Shifeng asked curiously after getting onto the leading carriage. Since Saint's Heart was trying to expand its influence in Starmoon Kingdom, clashing with Zero Wing was inevitable. Hence, he wasn't surprised that Saint's Heart was targeting the players operating around Zero Wing's territories. However, the faux saint monster's strength was no trivial matter, either. it would be extremely foolish for Saint's Hand to take action in Silverwing Town's vicinity during the faux Saint Monsters peak period. We found this situation very strange as well. However, it seems that Saint's Hand has developed a special tool. And when players wear this special tool, so long as they do not attack those faux Saint Monsters, then those faux Saint Monsters won't attack them either. With this tool, Saints Hearts members can coordinate their movements with the faux Saint Monsters in targeting Silverwing Town. Recently, their assaults have become stronger. By the looks of it, Saint's Hand wants to capture Silverwing Town as soon as possible, Solid Wind said. However, for independent players like ourselves, we really don't wish to see Silverwing Town fall. Thus far, the guild towns captured by Saint's Hand are open only to Saint's Hand's members. Meanwhile, Silverwing Town is the Orc Empire's current economic center. If Saint's Hand manages to capture Silverwing Town, then we won't have anywhere to go. Hence, many adventurer teams, and even some of Starmoon Kingdom's guilds are currently working together to assist Zero Wing in defending against Saint's Heart's assault and protecting the merchant fleets heading towards Silverwing Town. Only, due to the faux Saint Monsters growing increasingly stronger, our side has recently started to fall into a disadvantage. I don't know how much longer we can hold out like this. Aside from Solid Wind, the other players present also hated Saint's Hand with a vengeance. Currently, the various kingdoms and powers were already struggling to deal with the faux Saint Monsters, yet Saint's Hand was actually exploiting the situation, making it increasingly difficult for independent players like themselves to survive. However, despite their hatred for Saint's Hand, they were utterly powerless to do anything against the guild. In fact, even the various superpowers did not dare to oppose Saint's Hand, and could only watch from the sidelines. From the conversations with Solid Wind and the others, Surefoam gradually understood Starmoon Kingdom's current situation. Although Starmoon Kingdom had already lost close to half of its territory, not a single main city-ranked NPC city had fallen. Even so, the situation did not look too good for the kingdom. This was because the faux Saint Monsters were growing increasingly stronger, which, in turn, prompted a large number of players to emigrate from the kingdom. At this point, White River City, which originally had a player population exceeding 10 million, now had a population of less than 4 million. The other NPC cities in the kingdom were in an even worse state. Meanwhile, the drastic decrease in player population had also caused Starmoon Kingdom's economy to contract, forcing many powers to leave the kingdom in search of greener pastures. To make matters worse, the departure of Starmoon Kingdom's major powers opened up opportunities for the various dark powers to rise up. The kingdom's dark powers had already developed to a point where normal players might lose their lives as soon as they left the protection of an NPC town or city. Overall, the situation in Starmoon Kingdom could be summed up with a single word: chaos. Most importantly, with the faux Saint Monsters growing increasingly stronger, everyone could already foresee the day when Starmoon Kingdom's main city-ranked NPC cities fell. At that time, the entire kingdom would collapse, and only those that joined Saint's Hand could avoid getting devoured by the faux Saint Monsters in the kingdom. As the merchant fleet continuously advanced before anyone realized it, they had already arrived in a desert woodland close to Silverwing Town. Currently, at least 20 merchant fleets could be seen advancing towards Silverwing Town under the escort of players. From this, one could easily see how prosperous the current Silverwing Town was. Moreover, aside from the escorting adventurer teams, there was also an army of 10,000 players belonging to the various large guilds patrolling the vicinity of Silverwing Town. We're finally safe. Solid Wind breathed out a sigh of relief when she saw this guild army. The sky was already darkening. The faux Saint Monsters they had to face at this time were no laughing matter, not to mention the threat of Saint's Hand's experts. Their merchant fleet would definitely face annihilation if they came across an ambush. Today's patrol really is amazing. The Star Alliance's Vice Guild Leader Purple I is actually leading it. With this, even if Saint's Hands members attack together with the faux Saint monsters, we have nothing to fear, Crazed Bull said, his eyes glowing with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful, crimson-robed woman leading the patrol army. The other Blood Pact members nodded their heads in agreement with Crazed Bull when they saw Purple Eye. Nowadays, despite Starmoon Kingdom giving birth to plenty of new experts, those capable of making it to the God's Domain experts list still numbered very few. After all, players all over God's Domain were also continuously growing stronger. The difficulty of ranking within the God's Domain experts list was many times greater than before. Meanwhile, among Starmoon Kingdom's experts on the experts list, Purple Eye ranked within the top 300. According to rumors, she had obtained a powerful bloodline, and her combat power now rivaled that of monster-level experts. To top it all off, just recently, Purple Eye had even succeeded in fully unlocking her mana body. At this point, everyone in Starmoon Kingdom was already guessing that Purple Eye had already surpassed Zero Wings Aqua Rose in terms of strength, and that she was catching up to Black Flame. With such an expert protecting them, how could they not feel assured? While Blood Pact members were quietly discussing Purple Eye, a disturbance erupted in the distance. Shortly afterward, deafening roars came from the same direction. Run! Run quickly! The faux Saint monsters have come. Upon hearing someone shout these words, everyone in the vicinity reflexively turned to look at the origin of the roars. What entered everyone's sight was a massive dust cloud rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, within the dust cloud, they could faintly make out the figures of 6-meter-tall faux Saint monsters, easily numbering several thousand. Everyone, quickly retreat to Silverwing Town. Our patrol will hold the rear. Purple Eye shouted when she saw the army of faux Saint monsters bearing down on them. The patrol army promptly shifted to a defensive formation. From how calmly the patrol army's members reacted even after seeing the approach of several thousand faux Saint monsters, it was obvious that they were all experienced experts. However, when the faux Saint monsters arrived within 500 yards, the expressions of the patrol army's members changed. Not good. There's a mythic-ranked faux Saint monster. Among the faux Saint monsters present, even the faux Saint destroyers were only 7 meters tall. However, to everyone's surprise, a 12-meter-tall figure was running amidst the monster army. The intense pressure this 12-meter-tall faux Saint monster exuded was so powerful that even level 112 Tier 2 experts felt stifled. The Grand Lord-ranked faux Saint destroyers were already incredibly difficult to deal with for Tier 3 experts. In fact, even peak experts had died when fighting against a faux Saint destroyer. Nobody dared imagine how powerful a faux Saint monster would become after reaching the mythic rank. Not to mention, aside from the mythic-ranked faux Saint monster, the monster army also had several hundred faux Saint destroyers and several thousand faux Saint saboteurs. How is this possible? How can a mythic-ranked faux Saint monster appear so quickly? Solid Wind was stunned when she saw the gigantic faux Saint monster. We're doomed. We're really doomed this time. Crazed Bull similarly fell into despair at this situation. When facing an army of Grand Lord-ranked faux Saint destroyers, players like themselves could still band together to fend off the monsters. However, now that mythic-ranked faux Saint monsters had started appearing in the faux Saint armies, it was only a matter of time before Silverwing Town perished. After all, even now, nobody had managed to kill a faux Saint destroyer. Needless to say, killing the mythic-ranked faux Saint devourer would be even more impossible. Moreover, these faux Saint monsters would only grow increasingly stronger as time passed. Players like themselves were helpless to stop these monsters. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU before anyone could properly react to the appearance of a mythic-ranked faux saint monster, the faux saint army had already started clashing with the patrol army. Against a mythic-ranked faux saint devourer, even the defense of Tier 3 MTs was no different from paper. Executing a horizontal swipe with its spear, the faux saint devourer easily sent the Tier 3 MTS in its path flying, the MTs losing HP rapidly. Even when Purple Eye, a level 114 Tier 3 elementalist, used a Tier 3 curse against the faux saint destroyer, the mythic monster not only blocked the attack without any difficulty, but even managed to turn the force of the attack to its advantage, propelling itself toward Purple Eye at lightning speed. If not for her quick reaction, activating a life-saving skill in time, she would have been instantly killed. Brother Black Flame, let's hurry up and leave. The patrol army won't hold out for very long, Crazed Bull urged anxiously when he saw Surefoam jumping off the carriage. If even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was at an absolute disadvantage, the faux saint army would eventually break through the patrol army's defensive line. Chapter 2656, Frightening Monster. Chapter 2656, Frightening Monster Silverwing Town, Blue Rose Bar. As one of the few advanced bars found in Silverwing Town, not only was the Blue Rose Bar a place where experts exchanged information, but it was also a sacred place for the various well-known adventurer teams to celebrate their harvests. Hence, the Blue Rose Bar was basically crowded with players every day. At this moment, however, only a dozen or so people occupied the bar's third floor. Of the people there, even the lowest leveled was level 114, with the highest at level 115. These players also boasted excellent equipment, the weakest piece of equipment being level 110 Dark Gold rank. As for level 100 plus epic equipment that could make even peak experts drool, every one of these players had at least 2 pieces, with some of them sporting up to 4. However, compared to the levels and equipment of these people, their identity was what was truly astonishing. These players were none other than the peak experts of Crimson Emperor, a guild that was known by almost everyone in the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, seated at the head of this group was Illusory Words, one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders. Sure enough, just like our spies in Saint's Hand reported, the mythic-ranked faux saint devourer that recently spawned is planning to attack Silverwing Town. A level 114 man with a fierce look said as he looked at the image on the magic mirror set up in the middle of the table. Sighing, the man continued, "It won't be long before more faux saint devourers appear. With this, Silverwing Town will fall within a few days. At that time, it will be useless even if Zero Wing's main force members show up." Upon hearing the fierce man's words, the other Crimson Emperor members fell silent. The Grand Lord ranked faux saint destroyers were already plenty strong. Now, even a mythic ranked faux saint devourer had appeared. The strength and combat standards the faux saint devourer had displayed thus far were enough to give even peak experts like themselves goosebumps. Most likely, even if their group here worked together to attack it, they would all still die. Meanwhile, once the numbers of these faux saint devourers grew to around 20 or 30, they might be capable of destroying even guild cities. What is the guild leader's response to this matter? Illusory Words asked the fierce man. When she saw the faux saint devourer's unstoppable rampage through the magic mirror, she could not help frowning either. The guild leader has ordered a complete withdrawal. He says that there's no need for us to accompany Zero Wing in its fight to the death against these faux saint monsters, the fierce man replied. A complete withdrawal? Illusory Words was a little surprised by the answer she received. Previously, their guild leader had personally dispatched Crimson Emperor's experts to help defend Silverwing Town. This indicated that he strongly supported Crimson Emperor's partnership with Zero Wing. Now, however, before Crimson Emperor's experts had even started fighting, he was actually ordering a retreat. Illusory Words found this situation unbelievable. That's right, a complete withdrawal. The current God's domain is no longer the same as before. We have a ton of matters to deal with just in the Dark Knight Empire alone. This is especially true now that Starlink's development is accelerating. At this point, Starlink already has designs on a few of our guild towns. Moreover, the situation here is obviously hopeless, so it is naturally much better if we post our available combat power to defensible locations. Unyielding Soul should be doing likewise, the fierce man explained. Do we have any new information on Zero Wings Guild leader and main force? Illusory Words asked. There's still nothing even now. I heard that Zero Wings upper echelons have tried contacting Black Flame and the others, but their virtual gaming cabins remain under lockdown. If they sever the power to the gaming cabins, there's a very high chance that Black Flame and the others will enter a deep coma. Hence, all they can do is wait, the fierce man said, shaking his head. However, with the present situation, there's no chance of Zero Wing making a comeback. Setting aside the threat of Starlink and the Dark World, Zero Wing will have difficulty defending its headquarters in Starmoon Kingdom from the Faux Saint monsters. Nothing will change even if Black Flame and the others return. The difference in combat power is simply too large. Moreover, there's also Saint's Hand, which is eyeing Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom. Saint's Hand's origin is extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Even Blackwater's mighty Xuanwuchisa seems afraid of it. Otherwise, with her personality, she definitely wouldn't make any concessions in the Orc Empire. I understand. However, at the rate the Faux Saint Devourers are spawning, so long as we defend together, we should be able to hold out for another 2 weeks or so. Retreating so soon is really, although Illusory Words understood what the fierce man was trying to say, she still could not bring herself to give up just like that. 2 weeks. The fierce man revealed a bitter smile at Illusory Words' statement. If we really could hold on for another 2 weeks, the guild leader wouldn't have called for a retreat right away. What do you mean? Illusory Words asked curiously. While Tier 4 combatants were indeed extremely powerful, and especially useful when attacking fortified locations with Silverwing Town's defenses and the experts like themselves present, it would take at least 20 or 30 Faux Saint Devourers to conquer Silverwing Town. According to the information we collected from Saint's Hand, when Faux Saint monsters reach the mythic rank, not only do their basic attributes and combat power undergo a qualitative transformation, but so does their intellect as well, the fierce man said, fear darkening his eyes as he looked at the Faux Saint Devourer displayed on the magic mirror. Isn't it normal for them to gain a boost to their intellect? Illusory Words didn't get the fierce man's point. It wouldn't be a problem if it were a normal improvement in intellect. However, according to Saint's Hand's information, these Faux Saint monsters gain the ability to learn once they reach the mythic rank. In just a few minutes, they can learn the combat techniques players use. And the more experts they fight, the more quickly they improve. They are monsters in the truest sense. The fierce man explained. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that, aside from NPCs, nobody will be able to suppress those Faux Saint Devourers? Illusory Words could not help feeling that the fierce man was being too alarmist when she heard his words. Learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Even with the guidance of a complete legacy crystal, peak experts would need dozens of hours to learn a combat technique. Without any guidance, they wouldn't be able to learn a combat technique even given a month or 2. Hence, how could a monster that, at most, possessed intellect rivaling that of ordinary players learn a combat technique in just a few minutes? I didn't believe this information either, the fierce man said as he chuckled bitterly. He then sent a video recording to Illusory Words and continued, take a look at it yourself. When Illusory Words played the video recording, it showed a Tier 3 Void Realm expert fighting a mythic ranked Faux Saint Devourer. At the start of the fight, the Void Realm expert was merely at a disadvantage in terms of basic attributes. With his superior combat standards, he should be able to survive against the Devourer for quite some time. However, after the Void Realm expert cycled through a few combat techniques a few times, the faux Saint Devourer seemingly got bored of the expert's antics and executed a basic footwork to instantly kill the said expert. And shortly afterward, the fallen expert's corpse transformed into a faux saint monster. How is this possible? Goosebumps rose all over Illusory Words' body when she saw the peak expert getting killed. Her reaction was because this peak expert was someone she recognized. He was none other than 100 Arms, the commander of the adventurer team Crimson Wolves, a top adventurer team based in the Black Dragon Empire. 100 Arms was an expert who was only half a step away from reaching the domain realm. However, despite 100 Arms having such high combat standards, the faux Saint Devourer had actually instant-killed him. Moreover, the monster had even used 100 Arms' prided footwork, doppelganger steps, to do so. That's right, that faux Saint Devourer learned doppelganger steps in only a minute. Moreover, the Devourer was extremely cunning while fighting 100 Arms. It didn't use its full strength at the start of the fight. Instead, it held back and squeezed out all of 100 Arms' potential, forcing 100 Arms to use every move he had. Only after seeing that 100 Arms had nothing left to offer did the Devourer kill him. The situation is similar to Purple Eyes right now. The fierce man said, breathing out a deep sigh as he watched Purple Eye clash with the faux Saint Devourer through the magic mirror. No wonder the guild leader wants us to retreat immediately. Who could possibly be a match for such a monster? Illusory Words muttered, still in shock over the faux Saint Devourer's intellect. With such strength and intellect, the faux Saint Devourer simply wasn't an existence that players could handle. Only NPCs could kill such a monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Just as Illusory Words was about to command Crimson Emperor's members to withdraw from Silverwing Town, the movement pattern of the faux Saint Devourer fighting Purple Eye suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the Elementalist and sent over 20 spear images stabbing at her. The move the faux Saint Devourer had executed was one that Illusory Words was familiar with. It was another one of 100 Arms' trademark moves, the advanced combat technique Fallen Leaves. Upon seeing this move being executed, Illusory Words could not help a sigh. When 100 Arms executed this move, even domain realm experts couldn't stop it completely. Now that the faux Saint Devourer had perfectly replicated the move, needless to say, a flowing water realm expert like Purple Eye stood no chance against it. However, just as Illusory Words was about to turn her gaze away from the magic mirror, a flash appeared in the mirror. In the next moment, a pitch-black wall appeared between Purple Eye and the 20-plus spear images, the spear images vanishing without a trace when they came into contact with the pitch-black wall. Chapter 2657, Clashing with the Faux Saint Devourer. Chapter 2657, Clashing with the Faux Saint Devourer. It got blocked. How is that possible? That's an advanced combat technique used by a mythic monster. Crimson Emperor's members seated in the Blue Rose Bar's third floor rubbed their eyes in shock when they saw the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror. For a moment, they all thought they were hallucinating. In terms of basic attributes, the faux Saint Devourer was above average among mythic monsters of the same level. Combined with 100 Arms' Fallen Leaves technique, the power of the Devourer's attack should be capable of sending even mythic monsters flying. Nevertheless, against the pitch-black wall that suddenly appeared, the attack was nothing. The players standing on the battlefield were similarly stunned by this scene. What's going on? Is that pitch-black wall some kind of defensive spell? Isn't it a little too amazing? Everyone was surprised and confused by the pitch-black wall that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Not only did this pitch-black wall block the faux Saint Devourer's attack, but it had even split the entire battlefield in half, forcing the majority of the monster army to halt their charge. Now, the faux saint monsters could only stand still and quietly look at the pitch-black wall before them. "This is a spatial tear," Illusory Words exclaimed when she saw the pitch-black wall fading out of existence. "A spatial tear? How is that possible? Even a very powerful attack would, at most, cause a thin tear stretching over a dozen yards. This wall is over 100 yards long and over 50 yards tall. Who could possibly have such strength?" The fierce man refuted, shaking his head in denial. He felt that Illusory Words' conjecture was ridiculous. Everyone in the bar's third floor was familiar with spatial tears. After all, they would always come across spatial tears when clashing with Tier 4 mythic monsters. A spatial tear was the byproduct of an attack carrying too much power for the surrounding space to handle. The surrounding space would destabilize and shatter like broken glass, which was why the shape of spatial tears was generally irregular. However, the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror was incredibly stable. There were no cracks in it at all. It looked like a steel wall that had just fallen out of the sky, incredibly smooth and heavy. "I guess you're right. Even that person wouldn't be capable of such a feat," Illusory Words said, laughing despite herself. After giving the matter some thought, she agreed with the fierce man. "Regardless, who saved Purple Eye?" the fierce man wondered as he carefully tracked the pitch-black wall back to its origin. Setting aside the wall's defensive capabilities, just the fact that this person saw through the faux Saint Devourer's movements is already plenty amazing. I doubt there are more than a handful of people in the entire Silverwing town who would be a match for this person. Did an old monster belonging to one of Zero Wing's partners take action? The fierce man's gaze landed on a cloaked man wielding a pitch-black longsword, the origin of the remarkable wall. Although he couldn't see any information about this cloaked man, his gut told him that this cloaked man possessed astonishing strength, definitely at the domain realm. Before the pitch-black wall disappeared completely, the cloaked man vanished from his original location and arrived before the faux Saint Devourer. He then stopped another spear attack from the Devourer, allowing Purple Eye to put some distance between herself and the mythic monster. "Crap! Who is that guy?" He actually managed to block that faux Saint Devourer's attack. Crazed Bull exclaimed, his eyes nearly falling out of their sockets when he saw Sherfong successfully rescuing Purple Eye. At this moment, aside from Crazed Bull, even Solid Wind could not help goggling in shock, her mind freezing in disbelief. Previously, she already found Sherfang's ability to pin down 2 faux Saint Destroyers all by himself astounding. Now, the man had even single-handedly pinned down the mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer, which even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was no match for. Amazing! He's actually keeping up with that Devourer's speed. With this, he should have no problems handling the Devourer, Illusory Words said, her eyes glowing with excitement when she saw the cloaked man deflecting every one of the faux Saint Devourer's attacks. If Silverwing Town has his protection, we should be able to sustain the town for some time and foil Saint's Hand's plan to solicit help from the neighboring kingdom's powers. That way, Saint's Hand's development speed will slow down, and Zero Wing will have some breathing room. If Zero Wing can continue holding out in Starmoon Kingdom, we'll have an easier time resisting Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire as well. This will only delay the inevitable. That faux Saint Devourer will grow stronger as more time passes. Its growth speed is also no laughing matter. Not to mention, Saint's Hand has already informed the various superpowers that anyone that helps Zero Wing will become Saint's Hand's enemy, the fierce man said, shaking his head. Saint's Hand has done considerable research into the faux Saint monsters. In the future, we'll definitely need Saint's Hand's help to deal with the threat of the faux Saint monsters. This is also why the guild leader is having us withdraw completely. the appearance of that mysterious expert won't change anything. In fact, Saint's Hand will probably locate the power behind that mysterious expert and give that power a warning. Aside from Crimson Emperor's members, the members of various superpowers hidden in Silverwing Town also viewed this situation indifferently. Zero Wing sure is lucky. It actually managed to get the help of an old monster. I bet that old monster has yet to receive the news. Otherwise, why would he move to help Zero Wing? Although they did not know which superpower's old monster was helping Zero Wing right now, they knew that this would be the only time this old monster would do so. Afterward, Saint's Hand would definitely warn the superpower backing this old monster. Once that happened, said superpower would most likely stop assisting Zero Wing in defending the town against the faux Saint monsters. Not only was the current era of God's domain filled with turmoil, but it was also the era of the faux Saint monsters. Faux Saint monsters were a huge headache, even for super guilds. Moreover, stopping the spread of these faux Saint monsters was also impossible. In the future, any guild that wished to develop safely in God's domain, be it a small guild or a super guild, would have to partner or trade with Saint's Hand. After all, up to now, no other power had managed to develop a tool that could prevent the faux Saint monsters from attacking players. In fact, Saint's Hand even had the means to prevent the faux Saint monsters from attacking an entire area. Now that Saint's Hand was determined to destroy Zero Wing, even the Secret Pavilion would be able to stop it, just like how the Secret Pavilion had failed to stop Saint's Hand from capturing one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Meanwhile, as time passed due to reinforcements continuously pouring out of Silverwing Town, the patrol army eventually gained the upper hand over the faux Saint army. In fact, over 1,000 faux Saint saboteurs had fallen in battle already, which made the faux Saint Devourer anxious. In the next moment, the faux Saint Devourer let loose a deafening roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the faux Saint army scattered and fled. As for the faux Saint Devourer itself, it, too, turned around and ran off. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, sure enough, it is going to escape. Silverwing Town might have survived this time, but let's see how it's going to stop the next attack. The superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town were not at all surprised when they saw the faux Saint army retreating. After all, with the faux Saint Devourer thoroughly suppressed, it was only a matter of time before the faux Saint army suffered annihilation. However, what made the faux Saint monsters truly formidable was their ability to grow stronger with each battle they experienced. Even though Silverwing Town had successfully fended off today's attack, it wouldn't necessarily be able to repeat the feat, escape. Shifeng sneered when he saw the faux Saint Devourer fleeing. Do you think you can escape? Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and activated Miniature World. Chapter 2658, Power of Tier 4 Concentration. Chapter 2658, Power of Tier 4 Concentration. When Shifeng activated Miniature World, the sky above the desert woodland darkened as if night had fallen. Immediately, everyone on the battlefield felt their perception of their surroundings vanish. It was as if they had been plunked into a pitch-black void, with nothing in it. Moreover, aside from the players, even the fleeing faux Saint monsters came to a halt and aimlessly turned their heads left and right, their eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Shortly afterward, a colorful brilliance descended from the sky, the lights giving off a sacred and majestic feeling. Spectators at a distance would see a gigantic rainbow barrier enveloping the entire desert woodland outside Silverwing Town. This rainbow barrier thoroughly isolated the woodland from the outside world, making the woodland look like a mirage. Meanwhile, beneath this colorful brilliance, the faux Saint monsters started wailing in agony, one after another, their screams echoing throughout the woodland. At the same time, the intense aura they radiated waned rapidly, and even their basic attributes and reaction speed weakened to an unbelievable degree. It was as if these faux saint monsters that everyone originally feared had become common monsters. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Isn't this a little too strong? He actually debuffed several thousand faux saint monsters to such an extent, in an instant. Who is this guy? The various adventurer teams escorting merchant fleets and the patrol army fending off the faux saint monsters stared at Shifeng in astonishment. They had seen many instances of magic arrays suppressing monsters before, but this was the first time they had seen a magic array produce such a huge commotion and effect. Any random faux saint saboteur was more than enough to give Tier 3 experts a headache. What more the faux saint destroyers? Now, however, several hundred faux saint destroyers had been suppressed until they were just slightly stronger than ordinary great lords. Even ordinary Tier 3 experts could handle these grand lords. As for the almighty faux saint devourer, it was no different from an ordinary mythic monster. In its present state, even Tier 3 peak experts could resist it for a certain period. Master magic arrays were unlikely to be able to produce such results. Moreover, the magic array Shifeng used spanned the entire desert woodland. At this moment, Shifeng himself was very surprised by the effects of Miniature World. He never thought that, after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, aside from being able to exhibit the power of an advanced combat technique with his every movement, his control over magic arrays would also improve to such a frightening degree. Currently, Miniature World's suppression effects could rival those of advanced master magic arrays. Despite his surprise, Shifeng did not pause. After activating Miniature World, he promptly charged at the faux saint devourer. Under the suppression of Miniature World, the faux saint devourer's speed had decreased considerably. In just 2 seconds, Shifeng intercepted the mythic monster and sent the abyssal blade cutting at it. Immediately, a crescent arc appeared and cut through the faux saint devourer's shoulder. Failing to react to the attack in time, the devourer got sent flying and crashed into a large tree several yards away, a damage exceeding -600,000 appearing above its head. The disparity in combat power was clear for all to see. What is that magic array? The faux saint devourer actually doesn't even have the strength to fight back. The various superpowers spectating the fight from Silverwing Town gaped in shock when they saw the faux saint devourer at a complete disadvantage. In fact, the devourer's reaction speed couldn't even keep up with the swordsman's movements. Although they could tell through their magic mirrors that the faux saint devourer's basic attributes had decreased by a significant margin, the devourer should be at the standard of ordinary mythic monsters. Given its knowledge of combat techniques, its overall combat power should still be on par with that of domain realm experts. After all, the basic attributes of a Tier 4 monster was no trivial matter. However, let alone putting up a fight, the faux saint devourer couldn't even defend itself against Shifeng's attacks, its HP continuously decreasing. It simply couldn't keep up with Shifeng's movements. After seeing this, everyone could already imagine what outcome awaited the faux saint devourer. Death. While it might be impossible for Shifeng to kill the faux saint devourer by himself, as the mythic monster had 6 billion HP, so long as a dozen or so Tier 3 experts joined him in assaulting it, the devourer would eventually fall. Until this day, let alone killing a mythic-ranked faux saint devourer, the various superpowers hadn't even managed to kill a Grand Lord-ranked faux saint destroyer before. Now, however, Shifeng accomplished this miracle just by using a magic array. This was simply unbelievable, following which time passed quickly. Less than 10 minutes after Shifeng activated Miniature World, all the faux saint saboteurs on the battlefield had already fallen to the patrol army, while the faux saint destroyers' HPs were down by half. As for the faux saint devourer, with Shifeng, Purple Eye, and several dozen other Tier 3 experts attacking it. Its HP had fallen below the 70% threshold already. The players present could not help growing excited at this scene. This was especially true for the members of the various adventurer teams. After all, the faux saint monster's undefeated streak had finally ended. Previously, the various powers and players had been afraid of the faux saint monsters because the Grand Lord ranked faux saint destroyers were basically impossible to kill, not to mention the mythic ranked faux saint devourer. However, now that killing these Grand Lord and mythic ranked faux saint monsters was no longer a problem, not only was there hope of Star Moon Kingdom's survival, but reclaiming some of the kingdom's lost land might even be possible. Players like themselves would then be able to continue developing in the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom like before. I don't know who that person is, but after this battle, the situation in the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom is most likely going to change. Illusory words said, the corners of her lips curling up slightly as she watched Shifeng suppressing the faux saint devourer on the magic mirror. Previously, the undefeatable faux saint monsters were the main reason why the various major powers and superpowers feared Saint's Hand. Now, although they had succeeded in killing only a very small portion of the faux saint monsters plaguing Star Moon Kingdom, so long as news of this success spread, Saint's Hand would no longer be able to act in an overbearing manner as it did before. However, just when the various superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town thought that the faux saint army was going to suffer annihilation, several dozen lightning spears descended from the sky, shooting at Shifeng, and the others, who were assaulting the faux saint devourer. The speed and power of the lightning spears were so great that more than 20 Tier 3 experts were instantly vaporized. Along with the descent of the lightning spears, 2 magic barriers suddenly appeared around the injured faux saint devourer, protecting it from further harm. The Tier 3 curse purple I used failed to break through them. Before anyone could react to this turn of events, over 100 figures emerged rapidly from the surrounding forest and interposed themselves between the faux saint devourer and Shifeng's group. Surprisingly, every one of these new arrivals radiated an aura rivaling that of Grand Lords of the same level. Who are you people? What are you trying to do? After Purple Eye saw her companions killed, and the faux saint devourer protected by a twofold magic array, an indescribable rage welled up within her as she glared at the 100-plus black-clad Tier 3 experts that had suddenly appeared. If not for these new arrivals exuding auras rivaling that of Grand Lords, she would have attacked them already. However, reason told her she absolutely mustn't do so. After all, so long as she took action, both she and her several dozen remaining teammates would die swiftly. At this time, a tall and bald man with golden eyes walked out of the group. Looking at Purple Eye, the bald man smiled and said, "Commander Purple, long time no see. You still recognize me?" With the appearance of this bald man, the atmosphere became incredibly tense, and Purple Eye's expression turned grave. "Thousand Eyes, why are you here?" Purple Eye demanded, a tinge of fear darkening her eyes as she looked at this bald man. What is Saint's Hand trying to do? As for why she feared this bald man, named Thousand Eyes, it was because he was the commander of one of Saint's Hand's 3 trump card legions. He was also the monster responsible for capturing the Star Alliance's guild city. Thousand Eyes' basic attributes rivaled those of ordinary mythic monsters. He had even instantly killed the domain realm expert that the secret pavilion sent to aid the Star Alliance. Do I even need to say it? It's because you people have gone too far. That's why we came to stop you, Thousand Eyes said. What do you mean? Purple Eye asked. It is only a matter of time before the faux saint monsters take over the entire eastern continent. After all, they are constantly growing stronger, and there is nothing players like ourselves can do to stop them. Our only option is to coexist with them, yet you are actually planning to kill the newly emerged faux saint devourer, which is like a king to the faux saint monsters. If you kill the devourer, you will only enrage those faux saint monsters even more. These monsters might even become more active during the day. Thousand Eyes said, "Hence, we came to stop you from doing something stupid and aggravating the current situation." Thousand Eyes' words gave many of the adventurer team members present pause. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, the several thousand faux saint monsters here were merely a small portion of the countless faux saint monsters within Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, just like Thousand Eyes had said, these faux saint monsters were incredibly vengeful. So long as a player killed one of these faux saint monsters, even more faux saint monsters would hunt down the said player. Even if the said player managed to fend off a few attacks, the faux saint monsters would simply continue attacking more frequently and in greater numbers. They would not stop until they exacted their vengeance. If they really killed the faux saint devourer, which was akin to a king among faux saint monsters, nobody could tell what the other faux saint monsters would do. It was entirely possible for them to grow even more violent and for their daytime activity to escalate. In fact, previously, the faux saint monsters had not been particularly active during the day. However, as the number of faux saint saboteurs that players killed increased, the faux saint monsters had indeed become more active during the day. They had also grown stronger much more quickly. In this situation, Purple Eye was at a loss as to what to do. As Purple Eye and the others were wondering what to do, a crisp and calm voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "What if I want to kill it, no matter what?